Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
Just one, Mr. President. Bills passed this morning were presented to the governor on May 24th, 2023 at 12 o'clock p.m. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda after an announcement from Speaker Arch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to announce a change to today's agenda. We will be passing over LB 514 and 514A for the day. I've been asked by the principal introducer for additional time for him to work on an amendment and to meet with the involved parties about the proposed language. So when we're finished with LB 50, we will proceed to LB 138E and complete the other items on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Arch. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 50, select file, priority motion. Senator Hunt would move to bracket Legislative Bill 50. It is my understanding that Senator Michaela Cavanaugh is authorized to open on Senator Hunt's motion.
Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not sure that I still need to withdraw. Oh, keep it up. Here we go. This is a bracket motion to June 2nd, and we will just talk on this for a little bit while things are being worked on. And I yield the remainder of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 50. And I guess we're going to have an eventful afternoon and see where this actually goes. I am hopeful and still trying to be optimistic that this body will do the right thing and move this bill forward so we can begin to start making some changes in our criminal justice system. That is the most important thing to me, honestly, going forward. Because until we start to take steps and do things to change our criminal justice system, it's going to be severely damaged, horrible. The outcomes aren't great. And we're building a prison, which is going to take about 5 years to build. And our prisons are going to continue to be more and more overcrowded. And we can either choose to do something or we could just continue to put these things off. These conversations have been going on since I came into the legislature, and that's been 3 years. But still to this day, and at this time, we're still unsure of whether or not we could get this passed. Which is sad, extremely sad. All these conversations about, hey, let's talk about this. Hey, let's talk about this. The issue is one day you'll talk to somebody, or 1 hour you'll talk to somebody and you feel as though you've gotten somewhere and everything is okay. And then an hour passes and the goalpost continues to move and move and move. Because the county attorneys believe this is a soft on crime bill, soft on crime amendment, which is not true. Nowhere in LB 50 does it just allow people to just walk out our prisons right away. Nowhere in this does it not have anything that holds people accountable. Just because we want changes to the system does not mean that we don't think accountability is needed. I don't think anybody would stand up and say we shouldn't hold people accountable. But it's how we hold people accountable and how we do it in the most equitable way, in a way that isn't inhumane and overly punitive, in a way that doesn't further punish people more than they need to be punished. Y'all can have this law and order approach, and if you did the crime, you did the time approach and all this type of stuff. And for the past 30 plus years, that's been a philosophy. But has that actually worked? Because if your law and order, tough on crime approach worked, police budgets, well, police budget in the city of Omaha is like $250 million We wouldn't keep building prisons. It doesn't work. You have to do something different. Nobody in here can stand
1
up
minute.
and tell me that being tough on crime has worked. The war on drugs has worked. Y'all can't. It's just not true, and you can't even prove it's true. So I know some people stand up and say they're opposed to this, and just like the other day, I'm gonna listen to your opposition, and if I hear something that sticks out, once I get back on the mic, I'm gonna ask you a question about that. So be prepared if you're gonna jump on here and do a bunch of fear mongering. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to read a letter from the Cheyenne County Attorney. It says, "Dear Sirs, I am the county attorney from Cheyenne County. I also serve as president of the Nebraska County Attorneys Association. On behalf of the Cheyenne County Attorney's Office and the Nebraska County Attorneys Association, I want to express my serious concern about the opposition of LB 50 because of the serious risk and harm it would pose to public safety. LB 50 was advanced with a committee amendment with no support from any Republican members of the Judiciary Committee when the committee was temporarily short one member. This maneuver advanced a far-reaching controversial proposal that would have serious negative impacts on public safety. During general file first round debate on the proposal on Monday, the legislature adopted AM 1796 with the agreement that work would continue on limited habitual criminal enhancement and parole eligibility provisions. Unfortunately, at this time, no such compromise has been agreed to, and the legislature is left with a bad bill. AM 1796 would significantly weaken the habitual criminal enhancement. This tool is important to holding the most serious offenders accountable. It would also make offenders parole eligible much sooner. Under current law, offenders are already released after serving only one half of their sentence. LB 50 in its current form would deny justice to victims. County attorneys support responsible criminal justice reform and support LB 50 as introduced, as well as several other bills and provisions that have been negotiated in good faith. Unfortunately, LB 50, as amended by 1796, represents a serious breach of confidence and trust. It is far-reaching and harmful proposal that would seriously threaten public safety. For these reasons, I ask you to please oppose LB 50. I, along with Douglas County Attorney Don Klein, Lancaster County Attorney Pat Condon, and the co-chairs of the Nebraska County Attorneys Association Legislative Committee, would be glad to be a resource to you at any time as you deliberate on criminal justice matters. Signed by Paul Schaub, Cheyenne County Attorney. I know my own county attorney, Sean Etherton, has contacted me and asked me, please, to vote no on this. I know they're trying to come to some agreement, but any agreement that we have today will not help the victims of the crimes. It will not help the citizens of our communities. It only helps those that are trying to get out of prison early. So who are we trying to help here? The many or the few? Who are we trying to help? Those that the crime was done to? Are we trying to help the criminals who did the devilish deed? With that, Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Lowe yield to a question?
Senator Lowe, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Lowe, have you read LB 50?
Yes, I read LB 50
Have you read the
in the
amendment?
original form.
Have you read the amendment?
I read the amendment.
If you read the amendment, can you give specific examples of what within LB 50 and the amendment would cause issues within around public safety? What specifically within the amendment would cause a public safety issue?
I'm not prepared to do that at this time.
Thank you. And that is my point. Email went out from the County Attorneys Association, fear-mongering yet again to get senators to pull off on supporting or standing up to oppose LB 50 and the underlying amendments. But I would, if I was a betting man and I don't gamble, I would bet that most people on this floor right now have not read that amendment or even understand what's in the amendment. But they'll take the word of an email over sitting down and really diving deep within the amendment to fully understand what it would do. And that is the problem. Are we going to make logical, reasonable, and sound decisions as policymakers, or are we just going to be told what to do based off of emails? And I personally don't think LB 50 or the amendment goes far enough. But I'm willing to try to get something across the line this year, just like I was last year, because I didn't think LB 920 went far enough. But every step of the way, these county attorneys begin to fearmonger. They tell you to negotiate with people. Then that person you negotiate with one day is not the person you should negotiate with the next day. The goalpost continues to move. Nothing changed. So I'm kind of short on optimism, but the reality is we're most likely going to end this session going another year without any changes to our criminal justice system. The body voted to build a prison that's going to be overcrowded day one. It's not going to solve the problems. The prisons are going to continue to be filled. And a lot of people are okay with that. And it's 2023. And we're still building prisons. It doesn't work. If somebody could legitimately stand up and tell me how being tough on crime works, I would listen. But you can't. Outside of saying, oh, we locked up bad people that y'all deem as bad people. And 90+% of those people are getting out one day, and we can either do what we can to set them up for success after, or we're going to continue to have issues. But if you guys want to just listen to emails and not do the right thing, then we'll be here again and again and again, and we'll never get nothing done. Our prisons are continue to be overcrowded, and the state of Nebraska will stay in the business of building prisons. And that's the truth. So I would like to thank the County Attorneys Association, the Appropriations Committee, and everybody else that don't want to do the right thing. One, we should have never voted to build that prison. Well, I didn't vote for it, but y'all should have never voted to build that prison without getting some criminal justice policies across the table first. And that is the truth. And y'all should stop being bullied by the county attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I think we can pull the bracket motion and just start voting and get to where we are. Here's what's the problem, Senator Lowe. The County Attorneys Association has not negotiated in good faith this entire process. Senator Lowe, the two areas we're talking about, the habitual and the parole eligibility, the Governor's Office, County Attorneys Association, including the AG's office, offered a 2 and 4 to me last week. That means 2 years below 20 on the parole eligibility, 4 years over. If you look at what is proposed in my amendment, it is 2 years below and 80% above 20. That is what, when I walked in this morning, the governor agreed to. If you don't believe me, you can ask Senator Brandt. He was in the room. So it's not significantly different than what they offered me, actually. And so now the argument is somehow a public safety concern when they were just fine with it last Thursday. What changed is politics. We're going to spend a lot of days talking about the parole board, a couple hours, because clearly there's confusion on how the parole board works. Nobody gets out early. They finish their sentence under supervision. And the one thing I keep hearing consensus on is that after 10 years, we don't want that person moving into an apartment next to your loved one without being supervised. That we don't want them just to wake up, be handed a bag, call the people who most likely were with there when they committed a crime, and go back to society without any supervision. Next time on the mic, I'm going to ask Senator Brewer a question, because we were just having this conversation over at the steak lunch. Random people I don't know. And I said, if somebody's serving 2 years, do you think they should just walk back out, or 10 years? Or do you think we should have a 2-year window in which we try to get them supervision? Try, because they first got to be paroled, which the first time you ask for parole, you hardly ever get it, like 90-95%. But that still leaves us with a year of supervision out of 2 years out of 10. Everybody at the table who I do not know said that is not only reasonable, that's what we should be doing. That's what happened at the table. And I'm going to ask Senator Brewer to confirm that. Nobody outside of politics thinks it's a good idea for somebody to walk out without supervision after being locked up for 10 years. The people who are jamming out, and I handed out the article, are our most serious violent offenders. The public safety issue, Senator Lowe, is jam outs. That is the #1 public safety issue facing us. So this modest approach of 2 years, which by the way was offered multiple times by Governor AG's office, is what this amendment does. And at 85% was offered, I accepted 80 because it mimics more of the 4 that was offered just last Thursday. And it actually incentivizes people to complete their programming and be supervised. This isn't a bill that's going to fundamentally change prison reform and criminal justice. This is a starting point, point where we are putting a good faith effort on both sides to bring a group together over the interim to look at one issue. Because I realized last year looking at too many issues is too hard for too many people. At this point, I'm just kind of at awe. I've met with everybody, talked to everybody who had issues, and the #1 issue was jam outs. And this bill is the first attempt to solve that in a long time. And now we don't like it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been obviously very concerned about this vote and the last vote and these bills and coming to the end. But everything that Senator McKinney and Senator Wayne have said is absolutely what I have witnessed. We had what everybody thought was an agreement with a couple of issues. On last Thursday, it was in the paper. It's in the paper over the weekend. Senator Wayne had his picture in the paper. There were all kinds of quotes. Nobody picked up the phone and said to me that Senator Wayne was wrong. And then we roll in here. What is it, Wednesday? We came back Monday. We roll in here and then, oh, well, changing. And then I start calling people. And I go out here on the south side and I ask some very direct questions. Was this agreed to or offered last week? Well, yeah, but we changed our mind. No. He's been in the room with everybody. I've told people, I'm going to say it on the record. He's a senior senator and a chairman of a committee. And he has been having to chase people around. It's not okay. We talk about the institution. This is one time where we needed to take care of the institution. Respect for the chairman. When you have a disagreement with the governor, it's been my experience, it's not a chairman of revenue, you usually get invited to the governor's office and you have a conversation with the governor, which I believe happened this morning. I was told by people in the governor's office, I was told by Senator Wayne, and I was told by Senator Brandt, this is what happened this morning. We're okay. Now we're getting letters from county attorneys. Really? This will make it abundantly clear I'm never running for anything again. So we're going to worry about a bunch of county attorneys who make what? 12 times what we make down here? 10 times? 100,000 a year? Plus benefits? Plus county retirement? If they want to tell us what to do, they ought to come hand in those credentials and come down here and be a state senator. Why? Because they want their jobs to be easier? That's not our job to make the county attorney's jobs easy. Senator McKinney knows about what it's like to be a kid and thrown in the juvenile. He escaped somehow, I'm not sure. He's never shared that with me. How kids get thrown in the juvenile justice system when they're barely teenagers and they never get out of the rut. And then we put them in jail for 20 years or 10 years or whatever, and we're afraid to just try a little bit that keep people from going back to jail. Our job is not to make county attorneys' jobs easy. It's just not. Our job is to make Nebraska a better place. And we're not a better place if we have people jamming out. We're also supposed to believe, at least some of us, I think, in redemption and forgiveness and second chances. That's all they're talking about here. We're not opening the floodgates. We're encouraging people to get some programming, some classes, some hope in their life before we walk them out the door with not a penny to their name, and they'll go right back to the people that got them there in the first place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I rise opposed, of course, the bracket motion, and at this point, I'm not convinced on LB 50 on the amendment of LB for LB 50. My concern, and I think Senator McKinney raised the question earlier of Senator Lowe, where's the concern? And my concern would be on the amendment to LB 50, ER 35, line 10, 11, and 12. And when I was being told what was in LB 50, there was discussion about what do you do with the people that were committed to 20 years or more. So these people are not the people that have some drug residue on them. These are people who have committed violent crimes or serious crimes. So I don't want to get in a hurry on releasing these people early. But I understand that they need incentives to do the programming so that when they get jammed out, they've had programming as opposed to being jammed out in 20 years. To me, what line 10, 11, 12 is we're changing from them serving 85%, which is 17 years, versus going now to 80%, 16 years. So they've got 16 years for programming. So I'm trying to understand why we have to give 4 years off the 20 years for someone who's committed certainly a violent crime or a serious crime. And I would be certainly willing to defer and ask a question to Senator Wayne if he wants to respond to it as to why he's so committed to the 80% as opposed to 85, because everything I was told as I was reading this and was leaning towards voting for it was that it would be at 85. In fact, we were at 85 on the lesser crimes, and that we were going to go to 85 on 20 years. So if he would yield to a question, I'd be happy to have him answer it to me.
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. On the amendment, line 11, 10, 11, 12, we're moving from 85% to 80% for those that are serving 20 years or more.
Correct.
Why can't we stay at 85?
That is because how parole works is once you apply for parole once, you're typically like 95% denied your first time. That means the next time that person would not be incentivized to even apply because they only have 6 months, 4 to 6 months left on their sentence. So why not just wait to jam out and not have to worry about being supervised? If you go to 2 years, that gives them 2 bites at the apple for a whole year to be monitored. That's why 80 makes more sense on a 20-year sentence, because then they got 2 full years, 1 to apply, get denied, the next time to apply, and still have a whole year to be supervised.
All right, let me back up on you then, and let's talk me through the parole eligibility, when you can get paroled, when you can request parole, when you can do it the second time.
Well, that all depends on your sentence. So the problem right now is we're getting flat sentences, which means somebody is getting sentenced to a 20 to 20. So how parole works is if you have a minimum number, so let's say you get 10 to 20, a range, you're parole eligible on your 10. So your 10-year, you can start being parole. Now I'm gonna add a wrinkle to this. None of those numbers are real. It's half of those numbers because of good time. But for simple purposes, let's just keep it where it's at.
1 minute.
10 to 20, that gap from 10 to 20 is your parole eligibility. The problem right now, we're seeing a lot of sentences, 475 jammed out, that were flat sentences, 20 to 20. So they're literally walking out unsupervised. And those are our most violent sexual offenders, et cetera. That's not safety. That's not public safety. So I'm trying to create a 2-year window for them to at least apply, most likely get denied, then apply again to be supervised. That means anything from an ankle monitor to somebody checking in on them weekly. That means they have to have a plan. All probation contracts say you have to have a place to stay, stable housing, you have to have a job, and you can't hang around certain individuals if you're a gang member.
And I'm about out of time. I'm trying to figure out why those 3 lines, how that changes what you've just told me.
Because the 85% cuts off that 10-year sentence by 4 or 5 months. I don't think that's enough to incentivize somebody to reapply.
Time.
Thank you.
You, Senator Jacobson and Senator Wayne. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I really appreciate some of the dialogue that we've had on this bill thus far, and I have to confess that I'm beyond disappointed and frustrated in terms of where we find ourselves at this point in the debate. And I'm just going to call them candidly dirty tricks and underhandedness that has been a part of this process is not appropriate, and it shouldn't be rewarded with your vote. County attorneys have a tough job, and they bring incredible expertise to bear in the courtroom and in the policy arena. They are absolutely critical components of our criminal justice system and of our community. And their voices and their experience need to be heard. But what they don't have is a veto. They, like other stakeholders, bring an important perspective. It is up to us as individual legislators and as a collective to weigh all of those different points in our consideration as we decide in our head and our heart how to cast the best policy for the state. And let's not forget a couple of things along the way. Parole eligible does not mean parole automatic, okay? Look at the most recent statistics from the Nebraska Department of Corrections. Right now, friends, right now, there's 1,000 folks that are incarcerated in our state system that are parole eligible. Many of them have been there over a year, 3 years, some even 10 years past their parole eligibility date under current law. Don't also forget for a second that Nebraska has an overcrowding crisis. We're number one, folks. We've passed Alabama. This is the top of the list that you don't want to be on. We've been in a staffing emergency for years. We've been in a prison overcrowding emergency as must be declared under law for years. This is not okay. That's not okay. That's not a thoughtful approach to public safety. The status quo, which keeps people crowded and without access to programs and services and incentives to participate in the few amount of programs and services available, doesn't keep us safer. That actually undermines our shared public safety goals. Over 50% generally of the folks that are sitting in our state prison system are there for nonviolent crimes. Well over 90% of the folks that are sitting there are going to return to our communities. When they return to our communities, they need to have hope. They need to have help. This is not even, it should not be a political argument. The data and common sense are clear. When you provide people with support at reentry, they're less likely to commit crimes. That keeps us safer. That breaks cycles of recidivism. That has better outcomes for individuals. That has better outcomes for taxpayers. So I welcome the input of any citizen into the policy debate, including our hardworking county attorneys. But take it as it should be taken, as input.
1 minute.
It cannot and should not be a veto. We cannot and should not cede our power as policymakers to any stakeholder, to any branch of government, to any person with a lobbying association. Be unafraid to stand in your power. Be unafraid to follow the data, the science, and common sense. Put aside the tired politics about being tough on crime when in fact the result undermines our shared public safety goals. We need to support Senator Wayne and the Judiciary Committee's incredibly thoughtful hard work in this regard, and we need to do it together to send a message for public safety and against tampering with this institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator McDonald would like to recognize Ruth Tiemann underneath the south balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the bracket bill, but I rise in favor of LB 50, and let me just tell you why. This morning, Senator Wayne met with the governor, and they came to an agreement on this amendment that's about to come up on LB 50. And then shortly after that, the governor pulled in the four conservative members of the judiciary and gave us his reasoning behind that decision. So that's why I am primarily in favor of LB 50, but that's not the only reason. I would like to bring people back to the original bill, LB 50, that Suzanne Geist brought forward, and it's got some good things in it that are still in it. And some of those include funding for problem-solving courts, access for information, for enhanced information for our law enforcement personnel, additional probation officers, a new a no contest plea for juvenile court, and some rural health incentives. And those are all good things that Suzanne Geis brought forward in her bill that are still in there and I think are worth advancing. Now, these two issues, and I salute Senator Bosin for working for really the last week on trying to come to an agreement on this, are a bit of a sticking point for our county attorneys. And also, there's one other thing that I think explains their concern is that Suzanne Geis had in this bill what was called Terran's Law, which was some enhanced penalty for a drug dealer who caused a death by fentanyl-laced drugs. And Senator Wayne combined that with a residue consideration, and we wouldn't live with that, and so we pulled both out of the bill. So the Terran's Law, which the county attorneys would really like to see in this bill, has been pulled from the original bill that Suzanne Geis brought forward. And so that's, I think, part of their concern. I would take that on as a personal priority to advance that bill next year when we come back for the next session. But you know, I think it's important when Senator Senator Wayne first brought us together in the Judiciary Committee. He showed us this piece of paper, kind of divided up the criminal justice into like 6 sections, you know, all the way from committing the crime through being released. And he asked us, which sections would you like to see us work in? And my comment was, I'd really like to see legislation that, you know, tries to inhibit, you know, law enforcement. In other words, working, not law enforcement, but criminalization, you know, working with programs at the beginning that would prevent people from getting into the criminal justice system. And then things at the end as they come out that would try to prevent recidivism to going back in. And I think, you know, this part that we're having some issues with, you know, allows for some of that improvement in a lack of recidivism. It builds in a period for essentially for parole. And as has been stated a number of times, just because you're eligible for parole doesn't mean you get parole. And I have a friend on the parole board, and we've talked a lot about this, and the parole board is very serious about who gets parole and who doesn't get parole, and they certainly take into account the victims. Thank you, Mr. President. The victims' concerns. So we've worked hard on this. I don't think the 80 to 85% is a big deal, and we've come to agreement on the habitual criminal part, and so I would encourage advancing LB 50 to final.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I agree with my colleague, Senator Holcroft. I support LB 50, provided we can get AM 1979 on there. I received a letter from the county attorneys, an email, and unless there's a follow-up letter, the latest email I received from them, they are criticizing AM 1796. They don't speak to the new language presented in AM 1979 in the email that I have seen anyway. Would Senator Wayne be available to yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. AM 1979 is the amendment that you're trying to get at here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who signed off on 1979 or the language of 1979 today? Who agreed to that?
Omaha Police, FOP, which are statewide police, Attorney General's office, and the governor's office.
The governor's office, along with those others. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Might keep you here a little bit, though. In AM 1979, we're addressing the habitual criminal statute, and 1796 provides some disqualifying offenses for the reduced sentence pursuant to the habitual criminal statute. Would that be correct?
Yes, Senator Boslin raised some concerns, and I agree with those concerns, and so we changed the language around that statute.
In AM 1979, pursuant to those changes, it adds somewhat to those disqualifying offenses.
Correct.
Okay. And in section 33 of 1796, we're talking about parole eligibility there. And again, in 1796, we talk about 2, 3, and 4 years prior on a sentence under 20 years, correct?
Correct. And some people thought the range of the steps were too big, and so we went to the 2 and 80.
Yes, and so now if we're under 20 years, it's 2 years. If it's over 20 years, it is 4 years, correct?
Well, it's 80%, which would be 4 years for 20, but
Okay, yes.
it would change it as go forward.
Yeah, very true, my bad. And so I would consider these substantial concessions on your part. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Wayne. And with that, I would like to yield the balance of my time to Senator McDonald. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDonald, you're yielded 205.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Breezy. Negotiations aren't easy. And people want them to be where they know that it's an agreement and it's done, and it just seems like with human nature, there's always some kind of confusion. You look at the process that Senator Wayne, Senator Boslin, others have been going through here for the last month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. About 90% of negotiations are accomplished in the last 10% of the time. That's just human nature. That's just the way that's how negotiations work out. I'm not saying it's the way you should do it. I'm not saying it's the perfect way to do it, but that's how it works. There's an agreement. There is an agreement. The people that have been involved, the subject matter experts, the Fraternal Order of Police, Attorney General, Governor's team.
1 minute.
Omaha Police Officers Association agree with this amendment. Do they love the amendment? No. That's part of negotiations. It's a give and take. Does Senator Wayne think this is the greatest thing ever? No. There's going to be much more work to do going forward next session. But when you have two parties, and I believe this about Senator Boslin, I believe it about Senator Wayne, that are negotiating in good faith, there is going to be misunderstandings, there's going to be confusion, and there's going to be a lot of passion. And you can't manufacture passion, it's got to come from the heart. And that is going to, at times, slow things down, even possibly start derailing things. But at the end of the day, you have two individuals that have given, they have also received during this process. This is the best possible agreement at this moment in time, and I'm not saying that it can't be worked on next session. And Senator Wayne's willing to work on it next session. I know Senator Boslin's going to work on it next session.
Thank you, Senator McDonald, Senator Wayne, and Senator Breezy. Senator Bosselman would like to recognize some people underneath the north balcony, his wife Jan, and also Ryan Dometer, a member of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan, Canada, Travis Keising, also a member of the Legislature Assembly of Saskatchewan, Canada, and Renee Franovich, an independent consultant. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Senator Wayne and the committee for LB 50 and the subsequent amendment that will be up, AM 1979. And I'd also like to thank Senator Boslin for her work on getting this where this needs to be. This bill will increase supervised parole versus jam outs. We want supervised parole. A jam out means the individual is just walking out of the facility with no, taking none of the classes, none of the anger management, none of drugs, no alcohol, none of the sexual classes that they need to take to be successful once they leave the facility. Senator Wayne, chair of the Judiciary Committee, agreed to a good faith compromise with the governor at 9:30 this morning. He agreed to go to the 80%, and it was a done deal. Now we are getting these emails from the county attorneys. I can tell you in the 4 years that I had the privilege to serve on the Judiciary Committee, watching the county attorneys come in and testify on all the bills, they never agreed to anything. They were Mr. No on virtually anything. Having people in supervised parole will cost the taxpayers about $12,000 to $14,000 a year. Incarcerating an individual in one of our prisons costs $52,000 a year. Paroling an individual puts them back in your hometown with their families. It requires them to have a job, and it requires them to be drug tested. A lot of these people will fail. I think the current number that I heard was about 44% end up having to go back for various violations. It could be a felon in possession of a weapon. They could test positive for drugs. But the flip side of that number is you have about 60% of the individuals that are successful. We are in an overcrowding emergency in Nebraska. In the 5 years I've been here, that has not changed. Once in a while, Alabama overtakes us for number one. A lot of times we're number one. We just built 384 beds out there on Van Dorn, a maximum security prison, and we are still one of the most overcrowded prison systems in the United States. Our facility at Tecumseh is still on modified operations. Modified operations means there is a period of time, because we are short staffing, that inmates are locked down, and usually it's about 12 hours a day. I would encourage all the senators in here, if you have not done so, to tour one of our correctional facilities. Talk to the workers, talk to the inmates, make up your own minds. And with that, I do support LB 50, and I will support AM 1979. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Bosson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had to get out from under the bus that everyone has happily driven over the county attorneys, myself included, this morning. I would like to start by saying the myth that the county attorneys are making $100,000 as a starting is lofty. I started with the county attorney's office at $42,500 a year. The benefits do not make up that $60,000. I also think there's the language of Senator Lenahan's passionate speech of, we're putting these juveniles in jail and then we're throwing them out with nothing but the clothes on their back. I take issue with that. We are not putting these juveniles in jail. There is a process. The county attorneys are not out soliciting criminals. We don't pick the people that land on our desk for morning charging. Law enforcement investigates those cases and issues a citation. That citation is placed on a county attorney's desk for review and consideration for filing. It's filed. Before people go to prison, there's a trial process. You're found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, or you're not. And if you're found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you earned whatever sentence is handed down, not the county attorneys. There was also a statement about it's not the senator's job to make county attorneys' jobs easier. I don't think they asked us to, and I don't think that's what anyone has implied from their end of the table. What motivation besides public safety could the county attorneys possibly have? Is there a rumor that we're making more money if we get a conviction? or that we're motivated by filling the prisons with minor low-level drug offenses, which is not true. That is an unfair characterization. And to say that they come to the table and say no, 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 no is absolutely absurd. We had negotiations on this, and I anticipate Senator Wayne will agree that there was negotiations with them. Even though they don't like this ultimate amendment, that there was negotiations, and they did come to the table on a lot of this language. I have agreed to correctly state what the record was. I negotiated with Senator Wayne yesterday. We didn't get where I wanted, and I don't know that we got where he wanted. That doesn't mean we didn't negotiate in good faith. He met with the governor's office and some other individuals, and they came to an agreement, and I am under the impression that the governor does support this amendment. I am under the impression that the Attorney General's office does not oppose it or supports it or is neutral or something along those lines. They're not opposing it. But the county attorneys have not been on board with this, and I think they're being unfairly characterized as, naysayers through the whole process because they can't get to the final finish line with everybody. They were on board with almost everything in this. The statement that we are overcrowding our prisons, wherever that's coming from, what I do know is that when you look at a prisoners per 100,000 population count, prison population by state, Nebraska is nowhere near the top. We're even below halfway. And I hate printing paper to hand it out, so I will happily make that available to anyone who would like to review it. But we are nowhere near the top of that list. And so if our prisons are overcrowded, two things can be true at once. The prisons may be overcrowded, but that doesn't mean it's because we're convicting everyone and we're filling these prisons full as compared to every other state in the nation, because that is not true. My proposal to Senator Wayne yesterday was an 85% proposal. I think that's good public policy, and I think that's fair. He wants 80%, and he thinks that's good public policy, and he thinks that's fair. That's where we are with this. There is no need to throw anyone under the bus as being disingenuous. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Iba, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And colleagues, I know that there have been lots of comments and lots of innuendos and assumptions along the way. I would just reiterate what a lot of my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee have mentioned, in that it's been a process. And you do have 4 freshman members who don't necessarily, Carolyn has a great judicial background. We do not. And so this has been a process for us to learn judiciary and to understand. And Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney have, as I've mentioned before, have been very helpful with understanding the process. What I would like to point to is the fact that Senator Geist worked very, very hard to bring LB 50 to us this year. Her history on judiciary, her passion for criminal justice was really, really relevant in her presentation of LB 50, and what I think I have a pretty clear picture of what her expectations were for LB 50, and I certainly respect her her approach to criminal justice because she immersed herself in it, she understood it, and she had a passion for it. I would just speak briefly to the good things outlined in this bill. And as introduced, which in Senator Geist's original form, LB 50 expands problem-solving courts in the state of Nebraska. It creates a pilot program to create virtual behavioral health services for court-involved individuals. That's where the rural part comes in. It allows for a notification to offenders who may be eligible for set-aside convictions. It creates a pilot program to hire assistant probation officers. It creates a pilot program to establish a probationer's incentive program. It prioritizes payments for restitution. It allows for streamlined parole contracts and creates a pilot program to establish a technical parole violation residential housing program. There are a lot of really good things in this bill as presented. Now, with Senator Wayne's amendment or amended portion of it, in addition to the two things that we could not come to complete agreement on but have negotiated today, originally introduced by Senator Geis and now sponsored by Senator Bostar, 76 allows the Nebraska Crime Commission on Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice to input certain information into a criminal justice information center. This is new and something that we've wanted for a long time. Testimony was really good on this subject. This information is limited to an offender's name, probation officer, and conditions of their probation. That input center will be very, very helpful and crucial when monitoring, especially in the juvenile court system. It also, under one provision, firearm dealers, which I think this is Senator Frederickson's bill, firearm dealers will be required to provide information on suicide prevention, including materials that provide evidence-based information aligned with best practices in suicide prevention. Such materials shall include information on the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline and other resources. Finally, this bill includes provisions to provide, which we were all very passionate about, provide the geriatric parole, which was a concept included under Senator Wayne's LB 352. Under this provision, a committed offender may be eligible for geriatric parole if the committed offender is not serving a sentence for a Class 1, 1A, or 1B felony, or otherwise serving a sentence of life in prison. He or she is not serving a sentence for an offense that includes as an element sexual contact or sexual penetration, is 75 years of age or older, and has served at least 15 years of the sentence for which he or she is currently incarcerated. And so in closing, I would prefer LB 50 in its original form. I think we all would. It's all information that we agreed on. So I just urge you to look over the amendments. I urge you to look over the information and make a judgment and a vote according to how you really understand the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ibaugh. Senator Mosier would like to recognize some family members. His nephew, Luke Mosier, and grandnephews, Scott and Matthew Mosier, are both from Valentine, Nebraska, are all underneath the south balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Frederickson would also like to recognize 48 fourth graders from Columbian Elementary in Omaha, Nebraska. They are in the north balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank Senator Bosson for the work that she's done since joining us here in the legislature. I can empathize with her being thrown into the middle of the mix here mid-session, and she's done a tremendous job, has been a tremendous asset to this legislature, and I, for one, am glad that she's here and really hit the ground running with a great background in criminal prosecution and criminal law. I did visit with her about her concerns with this bill. I visited with Senator Wayne about this bill. I had quite a bit of time previously looking through this from last year. I know that last year we had then was LB 920, and there were several points that were being promoted. Ultimately, we got to the end of the day, and nothing got approved because we couldn't reach a compromise. There are a lot of good points that have been talked about today that are in the bill, and we probably do need to move forward with. I want to be crystal clear, however, that we've talked a lot about building a new prison and or remodeling the prison we have. And in my mind, we need to build a new prison and may need to do something with the old prison in addition to that. All I know is that we aren't going to fix the need for a new prison by passing this bill. I'm going to support this bill and this amendment today to show good faith in moving forward. But I want it made very clear that I'm expecting that we're going to get support for build out of a new prison and that we get the resources in place that we need to truly protect the public. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's going to be hard to do programming in the prison facility that we have today. And I get the drill. If we wait long enough on a new prison, the federal government will come in here and force us to release a bunch of prisoners. We're not going to do that. So we need to go henceforth, move forward quickly. Let's get moving with the new prison. The governor has set aside the money to fund it. I think the governor has put his foot forward and said, I'm willing to compromise on this. The attorney general has agreed that he could live with this. But I do share the concerns that Senator Boston has, and I don't blame her for having those concerns, having served the years she has as a county prosecutor. But with that said, I think there's enough good in the bill that I am going to go ahead and vote in favor of the amendment and in favor of the bill, with the caveat that I don't want to hear static down the road about we shouldn't build a new prison, because I'm full speed ahead on getting that done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Koff, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So getting caught up on what this bill is about, and I've heard nothing yet about what is being done to get people to stop committing crimes. As Senator Boston said, these are people who have actually made a choice to commit a crime. When you say do the right thing, I think we have very different ideas of what the right thing is. If people would be doing the right thing to start with, they would not be committing crimes and would not be in prison. We are talking about the habitual criminal here. That's what is being addressed in this issue. I definitely agree that they should not be unsupervised when they're released. My question is, why would we release them early just so that we can supervise them? So Senator Wayne, a question?
Senator Wayne, you'll do a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Why don't we add supervision as a condition of the release after they've actually gotten to that level? And this is maybe a legal question.
No,
I don't know the
I
answer
am
to
literally
this.
laughing because the original version, I created mandatory post-supervised release, and nobody liked that idea.
Oh, I would have liked that.
I would have too. So right now, because they've already been sentenced, the only way we can do this is to take their current sentence and reduce it. So the issue is not reduce it, to make them eligible for parole during the remainder of their sentence. So we can't change their sentence constitutionally. But we can say is, all right, the last 2 years, you're eligible for parole. And if you are, you're supervised. Going forward, part of the sentencing committee that we're putting together is to study that exact issue. I couldn't get enough people to agree with post-supervised release on all felonies. Right now, they're only on the lower. But I agree with you. That's what I would want to do.
Okay,
I just can't do it.
So to clarify, if in sentencing they're not given a post-supervised release, then you can't tack it on afterwards.
No, that would be,
Okay.
yeah, that'd be double jeopardy.
I would like to work with you on that because I think it's a better idea. And then another question, I've heard that when they're eligible for parole, so this would make it, they'd be eligible 2 years or 80% earlier than their sentence. I've heard that parole is hard to get the first time. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So right now we have about 1,000 people who are eligible for parole who are still incarcerated. So what happens at a parole hearing is they'll look at your behavior inside of the corrections. So if you have a kite or if you have a disciplinary issue, you're typically disqualified out the gate, whether it's being waked up at the middle of the night was the last one that I saw, and the person cussed at the officer, was written up, he was denied parole for that reason. So they go through a checklist that they go through, making sure that you completed programming. If you committed like a violent crime, there's anger management and different kind of therapeutic programming you have to complete. And if there's some educational requirements, and then you can't have any disciplinary actions. I haven't seen anybody with disciplinary actions be paroled.
Okay.
And then if you get denied, they give you kind of, here's your guide to get to parole. And so you got to go complete those things. And it usually takes about a year. That's why if you're denied 1 year, you don't typically come back to another year.
Okay, so if you're denied parole, they do say, here are the steps that you need to take. And so that you can get those programming steps in there.
Not every time. Most of the time they give people reasons why, but sometimes they just deny 40 people and they'll just deny them. I mean, it's just how that hearing goes. But most of the time people know why they're denied.
And then one more question. If they reoffend after if they've been released early, they've done their probation, and they're being supervised in post supervision, and then they reoffend, are there any additional charges for someone who
1 minute.
So there's two different things. You're talking about post-supervised release and kind of, but they're similar. There'll be a motion to revoke or revoke underneath the parole board if there's a crime charged. If it's just a technical violation, technical is kind of a bad term, but if it's a violation for like drug use, then they'll have to finish the remainder of their sentence back incarcerated.
Okay, so this isn't, they get let out and they blow off their supervision and, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate those questions. I'm good.
Thank you, Senator Koff and Senator Wayne. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Clerk, I'd like to withdraw this motion and all subsequent motions I have after this.
Mr. President, Senator Hunt, in that case, withdraws MO 213, 212, and 211. Mr. President, at this time, there's nothing further on the bill.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB 50 be adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor? Mr. Clerk, for further item.
Who's for? Mr. President, it's my understanding, First Amendment up, Senator Holleran would move to strike Section 1 of ENR 35 with MO 1144.
Senator Halloran, you're recognized to open.
Yes, I would choose to withdraw MO 1138, 1139, and 1140.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Holleran would offer FA 188 with a note to withdraw and substitute ER. Mr. President, it's my understanding Senator Holleran would move to withdraw and substitute ER FA 188 with AM 1986.
Senator Holleran, you're recognized to open on your motion to substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Nebraska Second House. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because LB 50 has a lot of subject matter we need to still discuss. But I do bring to you AM 1986, which establishes a Class 3A misdemeanor penalty on performers conducting any live action event containing any sexual or gender-oriented material to minors in any K-12 public schools, public libraries, and other public places where minors are present. These performers are commonly referred to as drag queens or drag kings. Senator Merman introduced LB 371 this session with a Class 1 criminal penalty and a fine for any businesses which host a drag show with children present, along with a clause prohibiting state monies being used for hosting a drag show. I definitely agree that our tax dollars should not be used in that manner ever, but my amendment is for protection of children. Eliminating state funding for any place hosting a drag show needs to be addressed when time permits, but not now. I want to express first that this is an inherently uncomfortable subject because this largely deals with sexual exploitation of children. I was motivated to bring this amendment after seeing a clip of 2 drag shows that took place in Nebraska. I will refrain from using the names of the bars where these shows took place because I do not know the circumstances of how these things happened. I don't know if the bars knew that children would be present and even participate in the show. The establishment titled the show, and I quote, "Drag Queen Story Hour Nebraska," end quote, which discloses their objective, and this is not something that is appropriate for children to view, let alone participate in. The first and foremost job of any government is to protect its citizens. Among the most vulnerable in our society are children. If a government can't protect its most vulnerable from sexual manipulative sleaze, then there's no point in that government. In a video posted on Twitter, a child is seen dressed in multicolored clothing and is seen removing clothing and performing a provocative dance before an audience of 25 to 40 attendees. This video was posted to the bar in question's Instagram, which I believe another level of perversion. This show happened in Omaha. There are videos of drag shows with children present where the entertainers open their legs, shake their behind, known as twerking, and provide twerking lessons to children who are no older than 5 or 6 years of age. This is completely unacceptable and repugnant. I'm going to read the first paragraph that comes up on the webpage, Drag Queen Story Hour, Nebraska.org. Building community one story at a time. This is from that website. Drag Queen Story Hour Nebraska is just what it sounds like. Drag queens reading stories for children in libraries, schools, and bookstores. Drag Queen Story Hour Nebraska captures the imagination and play of the gender fluidity of childhood and gives kids glamorous, positive, and unabashedly queer role models. In spaces like this, kids are able to see people who defy rigid gender restrictions and imagine a world where people can present as they wish, where dress up is real. On this website, you can invite drag queens to come and read at a Drag Queen Story Hour in your area. As I mentioned, AM 1986 creates a Class 3A. That's a maximum of 7 days imprisonment or $500 fine or both. It's a misdemeanor for violations because these shows are an actively exploit children that appeals to a prurient interest or a sexually explicit interest. Artists engaging in adult entertainment, which is any exhibition of any adult-oriented live performance that exhibit adult-oriented displays or dances which have a substantial portion of such performance as a simulated sexual activity or exhibition, should not be happening in front of children. Other state legislatures that have introduced drag show bills are Arizona, Arkansas, Idaho, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, South Carolina, Texas, Tennessee, and West Virginia. A few months ago, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pulled the Hyatt Regency Hotel liquor license following a drag show with children present. In March, Tennessee became the first state to ban these shows for children. Let me be very, very clear. This amendment is about protecting children. This is about making sure kids are not at drag shows that are not introduced to overtly sexual and inappropriate behavior far too early in their lives. Unfortunately, this inappropriate content is becoming more prevalent. It is not socially acceptable for children. There's no educational or foundational benefit that participation in a drag show at any school, library, or place can provide. It is purely adult entertainment, and our state has an obligation to address this now. I ask for your support for AM 1986. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Bosson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to further explain some of the issues so that there's no misunderstanding as to this being about 5%, because this isn't about the 80% versus the 85%. These were negotiations that took place over a long period of time. We got to the 85% last night as an agreement, and that's since been changed. But I think it's important that people understand what 85% of parole eligibility means for these sentences. And this is my math, and I went to law school, so I didn't have to do math. So if I'm wrong, I'm happy to admit it. If an individual is sentenced to 20 years of incarceration under an 85% parole eligibility, they are parole eligible at 8.5 years on a 20-year sentence. They would be eligible for parole from 8.5 years until 10 years when they would jam out. If someone is sentenced to 28 years of incarceration, they are looking at 11 years, 10 months, 11.9. 11.9 years on a 28-year sentence. I don't know how many of you have ever been the victim of a serious crime, but that is startling. States that have this 85% window of parole eligibility do not have the mandatory good time laws that the state of Nebraska does. That is a significant difference. Our state has a mandatory good time. You don't earn it. It's mandatory good time. On a 20-year sentence, it's 10 years. On a 28-year sentence, it's 14 years. Those numbers matter when we're then adding on to that an 85 versus an 80% change. I've had an opportunity to look through the most recent mandatory discharge report, although it's slightly outdated, is the most recent one. And looking at those numbers is where the concern comes from. Between January of 2021 and the end of December 2021, 307 individuals were eligible for community supervision and discharged directly from the Nebraska Department of Correctional Services facility. That represents 12.5% of all discharges during that fiscal year. The number of mandatory discharges in 2021 decreased by 80% as compared to 2019. Now, we all recognize there was differences between 2021, 2020, and virtually any other year in history. But the number of individuals of the 307 people who were discharged directly from the Nebraska Department of Correctional Services, 116 had a prior history of parole. It's not quite half, but that's a lot. This indicates they were provided an opportunity to transition to the community during their sentence, but did not successfully complete the requirements of parole. So when we talk about giving people the opportunity at parole, I'm all on board. I want to give people the opportunity. I do agree that it has positive benefits, but doing that too soon does not reduce recidivism. Doing that when you've spent some time in there, you've had some time to come to terms with the poor choices that landed you there, it's different. There's a difference between reducing sentences and increasing supervision opportunities. And I think we're walking that line with this 80 to 85%. Those are some of the issues that I have with the 85%. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there's a couple issues procedurally. One, the substitute, whether we vote to substitute or not, I'm going to talk to the underlying amendment. This amendment is still in committee. It has not been execed on. I'll let you talk to the colleagues on the committee. My understanding right now, it's probably a 4-4 to even get it out. I'm sorry, not even a 4-4. It would be 4 against and maybe a couple not voting. I did not exec on it. I went around this morning and asked people where they were, and that's where I got some numbers from. But this is still in committee. So essentially, this is a poll motion to add this to an amendment. Besides the poll motion and the procedural problem, this year I have not seen any poll motions. There's problem with the language in and of itself. When you start writing criminal code, you have to make sure we define what things are. For example, right now on line 10, it says stripping or engaged in a lewd or lewd is already defined in the criminal code. So if they're already doing something lewd, it is already a criminal penalty. Second issue is when you get to the end, commonly known as drag queens or drag king. I don't know what that means. I have an idea. But then when you go through, you don't have go-go dancer, topless performer, and it says including activities. But I don't know if it's not limited to. So the issue on Senator Merman's bill, and I would say if you read this one without having definitions, in high school, and I know still high schools who did it, we had a powder puff game. We dressed up as cheerleaders played football, and during the school, we had a big prep rally. And it was just a fun thing that's now criminal. Certain things in here, when I'm reading this, depending on discretion of the prosecutor, many of our high school performances, are under 19, being performed, are singing. Let's hope that they all have a proper t-shirt on and are not any type of cross-dressing, so they can never play another character, because that would technically, especially if they sung, would define as commonly as drag king. So we are going to make sure plays don't happen if a performer is singing a female part or a female is singing a male part and they're different genders. That's the problem that we were looking at on Senator Merman's bill, and that's here. So if we want to criminalize school plays and we want to go down that path without clearly defining how this works, we can go down that path. But there's going to be a lot of Shakespeare, a lot of plays that schools are going to say we don't want to do because we don't know if we're subject to criminal penalty. That's the problem with just writing some certain language. But if it's already a lewd act, then it's already criminal. So and we're adding more definition to it. So there's just, from a statutory standpoint, there's problems. From a procedural standpoint, our committee, this was the last hearing, and I asked everybody on the committee today, we can exec on it, we can vote to IPP it, we can vote to kick it out. I'll let the committee members tell you their opinion, but there's a reason why we're not having an exec today. There isn't votes to get this out of committee, as is for year. Next year, maybe, but right now there isn't. So if we're going to circumvent the committee process and keep it moving without even being exec on, then I would submit we're not even following our own rules, because there first has to be a request by the introducer in order to do a poll motion, and there has to be at least an attempt for us to exec on it, or if I refuse to exec on it, there has to be a number of days. That's how you do a poll motion. So if we want to throw everything out, that's fine. But at least if we're going to pass it, let's make sure the language doesn't stop high schools and make sure that kids are in college and high school performing plays aren't being criminalized either. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Von Gillen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of the concept of this amendment, AM 1986, but opposed to Senator Hallenbrand's amendment that he's proposing. I didn't sign on to this bill when it was originally presented because I felt that it was poorly written, poorly defined, and nearly impossible to enforce. Most of all, this is the wrong way to get this done and the wrong time to do it. Let's refocus on LB 50 and AM 1979 and see if we can get that done today. Over the interim, I'll commit to and will be glad to work with others to develop a bill that protects kids and will stand up to legal scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillen. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So I listened to Senator Bosson explain the difference between 80 and 85%, and I appreciate her comment. I'm not sure whether the governor's on board, or the AG's on board, or the county attorneys are on board. It doesn't seem to be that there's a true consensus of what's happening. Who knows what is actually the truth and who's supporting what. But I do know this, that what she explained about the reduced amount of time one spends behind bars by going from 85 to 80 is significant. So at this point in stage of the game, I'm not interested in going to 80%. I think Senator Kalf had a very reasonable request. Why don't we talk about how to keep people out of prison? We don't mention that. We mention how to get them out once they're in there. So perhaps what we should do for the programming is when they can read the newspaper fluently, then they get out. When they can read. And it's been said about 75% of those people who are incarcerated, they're there partly because they can't read. So we know what the issue is. And Senator Hardin explained to us this morning how proficient we are at educating people. So maybe we should go back and look at what our education system is actually teaching people. Now that would be a novel idea, trying to figure out how to keep them out of prison rather than how to get them out once they got in there. But we don't do much of that. And Senator Holleran's amendment, I understand exactly what he's trying to do. I would suggest that those of you who knew about this or had an opinion about it, work with Senator Merman and Holleran to fix whatever issue you think may be a problem. And Senator Wayne described how to pull a bill to the floor. He understands that, so do we. But keep in mind one thing. We have passed perhaps over 100 bills that are not germane, that have not had a hearing, that have not been voted out of committee. We've done all those things. So we have set what some like to refer to as a precedence. So I don't believe it's appropriate to stand up here and say, we can't do this because it hasn't had a hearing, it hasn't been voted out. We've done that at least 100 times this year already. So I don't like to use the word precedence, but that's what we've set. So be careful on how we're talking about how to do things here when in fact we've already done them numerous times. And we can do it again if 25 people agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Arch, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion. I rise in opposition to the floor amendment. I rise in opposition to what Senator Erdman just characterized as 100 bills that have not been germane. I do not believe that. I'd like to see the 100 bills. If Senator Erdman could produce that, I would be very interested in seeing the 100 non-germane bills, because I don't believe that has been the case. So I do stand in opposition based upon the process here. No committee action. It clearly is a controversial bill. It was not prioritized. It has not even been execed on, according to Senator Wayne. It can be done. Sure, it can be done, but it's not our process. And so I will be voting against this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, here we are again. I didn't think I was going to have to filibuster today, and I still don't plan on doing that. But here we are. We said we were going to get this amendment and we could read it, and it's being flushed down our throat right now. I don't agree with that. The same people that said that we shouldn't overrule the doctors for when the pro-life bill was up in front of us, that the doctors are right, are the same ones that are telling us that our county attorneys are wrong. I find that odd. And I've gotten some numbers in front of me from a news article from the Lee Enterprises. It says many prisoners released without supervision. More than 800 convicted felons were released from Nebraska prisons in 2022 without supervision. And in that number, it has 829. So a little more than a third of those were unsupervised release. That sounds pretty drastic. But the numbers don't reflect that over half of those we can't supervise anymore. Anyway, 468 of them. They were going to be unsupervised anyway. And then the other 361 that were discharged with PE, 160 of those had already been released and were brought back. So we're not talking about a lot of parolees here, a lot of people being discharged. And I don't agree with what's happening here today, that LB 50 is up in front of us, that wasn't ready to come to the floor, that we had to pass it through general file to get to this amendment, when this amendment should have been there a long time ago. I'm going to be voting no on this. A form of this bill was brought up several times before by Senator Lathrop, and we voted it down because it's not a good idea. I don't want to feel unsafe in my community. But according to Senator Wayne, the ones that are jamming out, we should be afraid of. That sounds like a sentencing problem to me. We didn't leave them in long enough. Maybe we need to increase the sentences. I don't know. Maybe we need to look at the sentencing that we do on these people. And I'm not in favor of LB 50. I wasn't in favor of it the last several years, and I'm still not going to be in favor of it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the last 7 years, we've had a lot of discussion out of judiciary on bills like this. And my question was always, why don't they have programming? Why don't the prisoners want to join in and get some help and try to figure out how they can change things? Is it elective? Is it mandatory? Do we not have a program strong enough for them to want to participate? You know, recidivism and overcrowding and wanting to try to get people out sooner. I mean, to me, I've always been, if you do the crime, you do the time. But when county attorneys, the very people who prosecute, and our law enforcement have to get out there and protect us, and then if they should choose to reoffend because they do get the advantage of getting out early, what about our public safety? Colleagues, when bills like this come to the floor, to me, they should be rockin' ready. All the I's dotted, T's crossed. Everybody should feel very confident in the state of Nebraska that we're doing the right thing for the people, for the families, for the businesses, for our state. We want to be safe. But I can't believe that we're still, negotiating this. And I don't feel like, I know we put 4 new freshmen are sitting on judiciary. And for Senator Bosin, she was a quick study because she had to take the ball that Suzanne Geist left and run with it and try to wrap her head around it, try to understand it. But to be fair to the other 3 that are trying to negotiate these type of situations, this is a big deal. This is a really big deal. I just believe that we need to take the time to make this right. How could not all of us be on the same page? From police officers to attorneys to the prosecutors to, I understand the governor's office and our AG's office, but we have to know that we're protecting all of those that are making decisions and all of those that have to protect us. The safety of our state is going to be in jeopardy if we make the wrong decision. For me, I'd build an extra prison if we had to. We're going to build one. We might need another one. But it's all of a sudden we're rewarding bad behavior, I feel. We've had these laws in place for a reason. And I want to know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the decision we're making today is going to be the right one for all of us. Because when you do the look back, if this should pass and something happens to one of your loved ones, whether they're in prison or out of prison, but who's going to protect those of us that have to be concerned because they haven't decided to do any programming to help themselves out of a bad situation? Because some of them, it's sad to say, and we're not talking about this on the floor, we had to have a bill to teach everyone how to read before they left 3rd grade. Because if you take a poll with who's incarcerated right now, a lot of them have hard issues with learning things because we failed them. We failed them by not allowing them to be able to read, to write, to take care of themselves. We failed them. So I just really want to caution everyone about the amendments that are floating out there, whether certain groups like it or certain groups don't. I have the utmost respect for law enforcement, for county attorneys, for our governor, for our AG's office, but we got to make sure we get this one right. I know we're nearing the end. Sorry, Senator Halloran, I can't jump on this one if it hasn't gone through the proper channels. I'm just a little bit more principled, probably too much more than most on the floor, and I'm just not the wheeler and dealer. I'm not the let's make a deal kind of person. I think it needs to be right, and I think we need to slow down and really take a look at this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Halloran, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in defense of AM 1986, Senator Justin Wayne said that there was some real risk here, that schools couldn't have school plays, couldn't have school acting. I want to ask you whether you've been to a school play recently And this is the language in the amendment, okay? Have you been to a school play lately? Live performance, this is the definition of it, that is inappropriate for minors means a live performance which includes any sexual or gender-oriented material that exposes minors to persons who is stripping or is engaged in lewd or lascivious dancing, presentations, or activities, including but not limited to topless performances at a high school near you. I don't think that's probably a high school play. Go-go dancing or performances by exotic dancers. Well, they may have to card you when you go into your school play, I guess, if that's going to prohibit any school plays. Or male or female impersonators, commonly known as drag queens or drag kings. Now, we could have put a definition in there that drag queens or drag kings are male or female impersonators, but it's written in the scope of the motion. So something needs to be done on this. I will be happy to work with Senator Von Gillern, any other members of the Judiciary Committee to make language that works for you all. But we all need to make language that works for this because the kids need protection from this kind of activity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Decay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to support LB 50 and the amendment of 1796. AM 1796 makes some changes that I favor when compared to the version that passed earlier this week. The new amendment adds 2 criminal defense attorneys with at least 10 years of experience appointed by the governor to the proposed Nebraska Sentencing Reform Task Force. This task force will look at the Nebraska's criminal justice laws, policies, and practices and be in place until December of 2024. This amendment takes the 85% and moves it down to 80%. I am generally okay with this. Even though these people will be eligible for parole earlier, it does not mean that they are guaranteed to get out on the first try. Senator Wayne is correct that it could take 2, maybe 3 times before the parole board will grant parole. These individuals must complete their programming plan before they will be let out. With the habitual criminal enhancement, it would change it so that the minimum mandatory is 3 years and the maximum term is the maximum term of the felony or 20 years. However, I want to reiterate that the amendment would clarify those felonies like those pertaining to first and second degree murder, first degree assault, kidnapping, first degree sexual assault, including that of a child, first degree arson, assaulting an officer, and using an explosive would not be subject to this change. These serious crimes will remain at the mandatory minimum term of 25 years and a maximum term of not more than 60 years. This preserves the habitual criminal statute for some of the most serious crimes. Overall, I think this amendment is reasonable compromise. No one got what they wanted, and no one is fully happy. However, it at least gets us moving to put into place many of the consensus items that were discussed last year. I do applaud the negotiations between Senator Wayne and Senator Boson. I appreciate their negotiating countless amount of hours that they put into this away from their families. We have all lost sleep over this, and we all have come up with a bill that will address people jamming out. We believe that when a crime takes place, all of us on judiciary, when a crime takes place, the person needs to do time. We need to make sure that that happens. We also need to make sure that those people are adjusted and can be the best citizen they can be when they get out. From what I've been told, the police do not want people jamming out. This will help get the programming so that we don't have to deal with some of the same people doing the same crimes over and over. So with that, yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just touch on a few things that have been sent to me here recently. Under the newest amendment from Senator Wayne, LB 50, would significantly weaken the habitual criminal enhancement. Even under the latest amendment from Senator Wayne, the enhancement would not apply to serious crimes, including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, arson, certain assaults, pandering, certain crimes of child abuse, sex trafficking, human trafficking, child pornography, drug distribution, strangulation, assault on an officer, and other serious felonies. This habitual crime enhancement in current law is important to hold the most serious offenders accountable. Make offenders parole eligible much sooner. Under current law, offenders are already released after serving only one half of their sentence. This often overlooked aspect of criminal sentencing is one that prosecutors are challenged by on a daily basis. As we explain the impact of any given sentence to a crime victim, offenders already only have to serve one half of their original sentence. Under the new amendment, a criminal sentence to 30 years for a serious felony would become parole eligible in 12 years. Someone sentenced to 50 years would be parole eligible in 20 years. LB 50 in its current form would deny justice to victims. The provisions apply retroactively and would impact victims whose perpetrators are currently behind bars. Again, I want everyone to take the time to read through this amendment and really know and understand what we're doing here today, because it will impact a lot of lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albrecht. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've gotten the amendment in, and we're supposed to be reading it. You know, this reminds me of a wife making her husband a cake. It's a beautiful cake. The cake is delicious. It came out of a box. It's made to order. But you may have made her mad, so she goes out in the back pasture and scoops up a little bit with the bowl left behind and spreads it between the two cakes. Well, the cake is LB 50 that Senator Geist had. And now, and the stuff in between is the other stuff that's been added into it. And now we're going to put the icing on the outside. The icing is the amendment. Do any of us really want to bite into that cake? Because most of it is good. There's just a little bit of bad in it. It's just a little bit of bad. The taste is going to be the same. The taste in our mouth will be the same later on after this bill is passed and we have done something wrong. Our county attorneys are screaming at us, please don't pass this. This is not good for us. I appreciate that the governor's got on board with this because he figures this is about as best as he can do. The Attorney General's thinking this is about as best as he can do, but we can do better. There's next year. There is next year. We don't have to pass this year. Senator Wayne, you can take a look at this and perfect it, and maybe we can all get on board next year. We'll have time to look at the amendment. We'll have time to digest it. And I appreciate your efforts into making justice right. I appreciate you being chair of the Judiciary Committee. You're a fair man. But I don't think this bill's ready for prime time. I've got that taste in my mouth, and it's hard to get out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. That taste in your mouth is blood, sweat, and tears of us working hard to come to a compromise. I know that taste. Sometimes it's difficult. I'm going to stick to the objection right now. The objection is to substitute, whether we substitute or not. The issue with the amendment, I kind of laid out, there's some language problems. We don't define what sexual is. I don't know if hugging, dancing, what type of dancing goes there, and that could cause problems in a school play. So there's just those kind of things that I think we have to be careful of when writing criminal statutes. To Senator Lowe's point, last year 11 people jammed out in one of your counties. Adding up all your counties, it's a little more than 25. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're one county and one county another one, so I don't know where those other ones, because it kind of is bigger, so it might not be all 25 there. But at the end of the day, I do think there's a sentencing problem, to Senator Kauth and Senator Lowe's point. I wish I could have had 85%, but that was a non-starter, 85% to PRS. That was a non-starter at the beginning of this whole debate. I couldn't get anybody to agree to it because people were concerned with who was running it, whether it was parole or judiciary. So rather than kill that idea, we came up with the idea of a task force to deal with just sentencing. So we can build the coalition and the consensus for next year to figure out how to adjust all of our sentencing. The problem we have is not so much going forward today, because I do have faith. And let me just step back and say, I'll tell you what, I never worked with Lieutenant Governor Kelly. I never had a case against him. But the conversations that I have had with him have been very thoughtful and honest. And it's a different perspective. And part of the perspective is his background as a local prosecutor, a U.S. attorney, and now sitting on the other side looking at running a prison. And what's easier from a county's perspective is to sentence people, to charge people, but the state bears the costs. And getting a different perspective of now being on the other side and seeing what a residue case and a person who is sentenced to 2 years for not even having the ability to use that, but it's a felony, and some of them being habitual, which are 10 years, which the Lincoln Journal-Star, I can send it out. There's people right now. That bears our cost. And having those conversations and figuring out alternatives that I wish we would have started back in December, we probably could have had a lot more robust criminal justice movement. But I have the utmost respect for him and the way those conversations we've had. And it's actually moved me on a lot of things because it's a different perspective that not all the time inside this body we get to hear. I practice a little bit as a criminal defense attorney. I know some prosecutors, but I've never had everybody on all three sides of that angle to have those conversations, or a triangle to have that conversation. We all agree jamming out is a problem. If we were just to try to fix jamming out going forward, we have to make sure we will do nothing for the next 20 years to resolve that problem. Now, jamming out is okay if we had programming and some kind of supervision in the meantime, if they had a violation and went back. But no matter what, being behind four walls and jamming out versus being out in the community from some kind of transition, two different atmospheres, two different elements, and we should make sure we monitor those individuals who are coming out. This body has already said that's a good idea for class 3 and class 4 felonies, but as a result, our higher level offenses, the class 1s and class 2s, violence, sexual assaults, burglary, robbery, we're literally just letting them go. Those are the things that we're trying to address. As far as ready for prime time, this amendment makes it ready for prime time. As far as moving files from general to select, my God, if that's where we're going to hold the standard to, I can't count the number of votes, Senator Lowe, you made on the condition this year that we're going to fix something. I mean, yesterday we didn't have an amendment until 6 minutes before one of the biggest bills we had come down. That rolled through. I get it. I don't get the benefit of the doubt of some of my colleagues. And I understand that. But the language is clear. And this is for the first time that law enforcement has came in here agreeing with this bill. And when you talk about
Time.
public, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Halloran, you're recognized to close.
Yes, I would just encourage everyone to support AM 1986 and move on in protecting our kids. So I would call for a call of the House and roll call in regular order.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record.
13 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chambers, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Decay, Senator Von Gillern, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. All unauthorized personnel are present. The question before the body is the approval or disapproval of motion 1146 to withdraw and substitute with AM 986. This will take 25 votes. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Not voting. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Not voting. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Not voting. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Not voting. Senator Conrad. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator Decay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Halloran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Not voting, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Not voting, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 6 ayes, 32 nays to withdraw and substitute, Mr. President.
The motion fails. I raise a call. Senator Holleran, you're recognized to open on FA 188.
I'm going to withdraw FA 188. That's fine.
So withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Senator DeBoer would offer AM 1958.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open.
Colleagues, this is a package of amendment bills that all came out of Judiciary 8.0. I would, however, like to withdraw at this time so that we can get to the substantive amendment on LB 50, and perhaps if there's time later, I will add them later. Thank you, Mr. President.
So withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, in that case, Senator Wayne would move to amend with AM 1979.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I hope we can have a conversation. What this AM 79 does is the ENR plus changes requested by bill drafters. Number one, it replaces section 33. It relates to parole eligibility. Again, offenders with a maximum sentence of up to 20 years would be eligible for parole 2 years before their mandatory discharge date. Eligible does not mean they're getting out. They are eligible for parole. Offenders with a maximum sentence of over 20 years would be eligible for parole, serving 80% of their sentence. Number two, this changes section 6. This section amends 29-221, and it relates to habitual criminal statute. Under this amendment, an offender would not be eligible for the eligible if the previous felonies involved violence, sex, or weapons. The amendment would expand the exclusion of other offenses involving firearms to the original amendment. Number three, there is bill drafter cleanup language. And then two, this would add 2 experienced criminal defense attorneys to the task force. And then number 5 would be, again, bill drafters cleanup. I want to just briefly talk about public safety. Public safety is very, very important. And was my number one goal and number one thought throughout this process. And public safety, to me, is not just the county attorneys who are charging individuals, but law enforcement who are pulling them over and dealing with them. Law enforcement who have to arrest them. Law enforcement who have to go talk to witnesses who are involved in crimes, talk to families who have been victimized of crimes, the detectives. And that's why I'm proud to say that law enforcement is supporting this bill. Nothing against county attorneys. My first job was Don Klein, County Attorney of Omaha. I respect their role. But when law enforcement comes to me and says this is an issue, jam outs, we have to figure something out, that was where we lasered in on. We have a lot of people over the next 10 to 15 years who are jamming out that they will have to deal with. The next 3 years that they will have to deal with. I have seen a lot of criminal justice packages in my 7 years, or just a criminal bill in general, come to this floor. And usually law enforcement at best gets neutral. But OPOA, Sheriff Aaron Hansen, FOP, the AG, and the governor's office stands behind this starting point. And I call it a starting point. I watched what happened last year on this floor, and many of my colleagues did when it came to the CJI stuff. It was too much, too fast, too big. And from our conversations with so many people, sentencing is one of the biggest issues that determine everything else around reentry, programming, and everything. But with term limits and the fact that we have now 14, 15 new senators, there was no way that was going to move. But I thought if we could put together a committee, a diverse committee from all branches of government, all sides of the criminal justice code, to sit down and figure this out, we can get movement. So we added that portion and took out what I thought was post-supervised release, which I thought was a good thing. I hope the committee will get there. To remove myself, because I'm kind of jaded from being here and working on this year, I also want to pass the baton. I want to pass the baton to Senator McKinney, Senator Boslin, Senator DeBoer, and Senator Ibach. I want them to be on the committee, not me, because they're the ones who are going to have to deal with these issues moving forward. Because in 2028, it's going to be a critical point for us. Are we going to redo NSP? Are we going to build an additional prison? Are we going to have some better outcomes with our sentencing that I hope this committee will come to? This process hasn't been easy. Honestly, I don't know how Senator Boslin did it. You get thrown into here. Your predecessor has a bill that she essentially said, figure it out and negotiate with me. And the first call I made was to Senator Lujan when I got the announcement of her, and I was actually over at Miller Time having lunch. And then I called Attorney General Hildreth, and I'm like, who am I supposed to talk to? I've been talking to the same person for the last 2 months. And then politics got in the way. And it wasn't until Senator Boslin and I had an honest, frank conversation about how do we start over and figure this out ourselves that we started having conversations. Literally last night, I caught her at 10:59. I was like, I hope her kids are not sleeping and she's next to them, because mines are upstairs so I can figure out how to call. I don't fault her for her position and where she's at. I think she worked hard, and I think we got to a point where we couldn't move. And we brought other parties in to figure it out. That's what you're supposed to do because the issue is that important. That's negotiation. That's when you realize we might be at an impasse. Who else can we have at the table? And that happened. And that happened this morning. Do I like everything on here? Absolutely not. I wanted to get rid of the residue. And if you talk to the exec committee, I don't know how many times we talked about residue. Some wanted attorney's law. We couldn't bring both sides together to get that done this year. I hope both of those get done next year in some way. And there's some different alternatives that don't even include removing residue as a crime that weren't thought of until the last hour. But that's the beauty of having frank and hard conversations. This is a starting point that not everybody agrees with, but it's a good starting point. And next year, if this committee comes back and says, we got it all wrong, we'll make the adjustment. If they come back and say, we're moving in the right direction, we'll make the adjustment. But that's what we do in this body. We sit down and we make the best decisions we can at the time we are there. I asked my colleagues not to talk too much on this bill and get to a vote. There may be an amendment by Senator Duggan and Senator Ibach and Brewer. They're working that out. The one thing I've told everybody is we have an agreement with the AG, the law enforcement, and the government and the governor. I don't want any amendments to be attached, even if I like them. if they all haven't signed off. Again, this is about public safety. The fear of the one is not the one. The fear of the one is the one who we just give a bag and their stuff that they came in with and said, have a good day. We have to have a transition. This is our first start at that transition. There's going to be a lot more conversations around that. A lot more conversations around that. So I want to thank the Attorney General, Mike Hildress. I want to take time to thank Lieutenant Governor Mr. Kelly, Senator Bosin, the entire Judiciary Committee. We had a not too many shouting match. I just want to thank everybody who participated and helped us get to where we are today. No bill we pass in here is perfect, else we wouldn't have cleanup bills every year.
1 minute.
But this bill outlines the priorities that were laid out for public safety, the priorities that were laid out for law enforcement, and I'm proud to have them with me on this bill. And I would ask for you to have a green vote on AM 1979 and the E&R amendments and the entire bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Bosin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a couple of points that I think are worth making. Senator Wayne has pointed out that this is a starting point of the negotiations for him. And the concern that I have, and I think several of you may have, is we do this and it still won't be enough. We'll come back next year and we'll need one more thing. We'll need a little bit less. There will be a push to reduce or to lower or to open more on some of those concerns. And I don't know that that's his intention, but that's a valid concern that I have. I think I spent some time talking about what the 85% that I had strongly supported looked like, and I think comparing that 85% to 80% has been mischaracterized as this is just 5%. Can't you just be agreeable? This isn't just 5%. This started somewhere much higher than 85 and started somewhere much lower than 80. And so I don't want anyone to walk away saying that that was not a good faith negotiation at 85. That wasn't true. So the numbers that are important: under a 20-year incarceration sentence, robbery, sex assault, first-degree domestic assaults, motor vehicle homicides, things of that nature. Under 85%, you're eligible at 8 years, 6 months. Under 80%, you're eligible for parole at 8 years. 5 months, or excuse me, 6 months, half a year. Doesn't seem like much. Then we go down. What about at 30 years? You're given a 30-year sentence: manslaughter, homicide, first-degree sexual assault, serious felonies. You are eligible for parole under an 85% at 12 years, 9 months. 12 years, 9 months on a 30-year sentence. Under 80%, that goes down to 12 years. So that's a 9-month drop-off. Everyone here who's done percentages and statistics knows that that gap increases between an 85% and an 80% every year thereafter. At 40 years, a 40-year sentence, it's an entire year difference. So at 85% parole eligibility, it's 17 years, and at an 80% parole eligibility, you're at 16 years. 16 years on a 40-year sentence. I do think this is about public safety, and I think Senator Wayne thinks this is about public safety. End goal being the same, roads to get there are very different. They're not even probably on the same continent. As it relates to the amendment 1979, I think it's worth noting what those modified pieces of language actually mean and where we were with the previous language and where we have come, so that at least people who are voting on this understand what they're doing. So under the first section that strikes section 33 and inserts the new language, this is essentially the parole eligibility that I've now spent the bulk of my time addressing. It's now if you are serving a maximum of 20 years or less. So any sentence between 1 year to 20 years at the Nebraska State Penitentiary, you are given a straight 2 year of parole eligibility. So if you get 2 years, you're parole eligible
1 minute.
the day you walk in. And I submit to you that if you were parole eligible the day you walked in, you should have gotten probation. 4-year sentence, you're parole eligible after 2 years. Anything over 20 years is where the 80% language starts. I'll use my next turn on the mic to address the habitual criminal language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. In reading AM 1979, I'd like to hear more from Senator Bosson because she didn't get quite done with it. Would Senator Bosson yield to a question?
Senator Bosson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Would you care to continue with AM 1979, please?
Sure. Thank you. So what I had started talking about was the parole eligibility concerns that were negotiated, or that was the portion of the language that was negotiated. The second portion on page 2 of the amendment, starting with section 2, addresses the habitual criminal statutes. So for those of you that are not aware of what our state requires for a habitual criminal charge to be added, I'd like to take a moment to go through that. But before I even do, 29 states have habitual criminal statutes very similar to ours. Maybe not exactly the same wording, but very similar. Some call it 3 strikes, some call it habitual criminal, and some of them involve penalties a lot more than ours, including California, strangely enough. To be habitual criminal eligible, you have to have been sentenced to the Department of Correctional Services, not county jail, none of that. Department of Correctional Services for a 1-year minimum. And I submit to you, there are virtually no individuals going to the penitentiary on their first conviction. You have to have been in for that full year and come out. You can't have gotten your second charge between the time the first one was charged and your release date. So if you assault someone in custody while you're in jail, that second charge of assault on an inmate cannot be used for habitual criminal. You have to go out, you have to go in, and you have to come out. And those dates are important. If you come out on December 1st, nothing before December 1st counts against you for habitual criminal. If December 2nd, you commit another violation and you're subsequently convicted of it, and you go back in, you got to serve another minimum of a year and then get out, whatever that time is. 2 bites at the apple. In order to even apply the habitual criminal, you have to have gone in, come out, gone in, come out, and gone in, or at least be pending to go in a 3rd time on a felony. Now, this particular section deals with what we have characterized as the baby habitual criminal. So there's 3 things. There's the super habitual criminal, which is 25 years or more because it's a more serious felony. There's the regular habitual criminal, which is 10 to 60. And now we're looking at what we're calling the baby habitual criminal, which is 3 years to 20. This was presented as, what about the individuals who are low-level drug offenders who may have stolen a car because they wanted money to get a fix and they needed that money? So they went in, they still used, and they went in, and now they stole a car, and you're threatening the habitual criminal charge. 10 years on a stolen car. Come on, that's not reasonable. Those aren't violent offenders. The list goes on. So I said, okay, let's talk about that. What does that look like? How many people are actually in for that? While I was never provided exact numbers, there was apparently some in some counties that are doing that. I cannot verify that. So I said, okay.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. If that is the concern, then we should have no issue with the prior two convictions falling under that category, restricting this baby habitual criminal statute to crimes that do not involve violence, that do not involve sexual assaults, that do not involve weapons or any combination of those things. And that was pushed back. And I said, the point that everyone had here was, these are low-level drug offenders, petty thefts, forgeries, come on, let's get there. This will reduce our prison population. So we negotiated that because we came to one has to be nonviolent and the pending felony has to be nonviolent in order for this baby habitual criminal statute to apply. And that was a consensus that.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens and Senator Bosson. Senator Wayne, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, what's interesting about what's being said is it's smoke and mirrors. So a 40-year sentence, we want to calculate good time, it's 20 years. Underneath her proposal on a 40-year sentence, you're eligible for parole at 17. Under mine, it's 16. 1 year difference. 1 year difference somehow turns into a public safety issue. We have a parole board. That parole board is appointed by the governor. There are some seats up next year. Are we saying now that the parole board is just letting people out? Colleagues, that's just not true. There are 1,000 people today over their parole eligibility dates. Nobody is walking out because of this bill. The governor is not going to support people walking out because of this bill. Law enforcement who deal with them are not going to support this bill because people are walking out if this bill passes. Those are just the facts. And many of my colleagues know our Attorney General. He's not going to let people walk out because of this bill. That's not what it is. It's parole eligibility. The difference between 85 and 80 is around the 2 years. But what's being left out of this conversation is the original amendment has 5 years, right? We offered a cap at 4 all the way through, that nobody could get more than 4. Nobody liked that. We want to stick with a percentage. I'm not going to rehash the negotiations. Here's what I will say. 1 year doesn't make a difference on a 20-year sentence, but 1 year being supervised makes a hell of a difference. The fact of the matter is we have to supervise people on the back end. Senator Brewer, will you yield to a question?
Senator Brewer, will you yield to a question?
Yes. The random people at our lunch table today, did they not say that 80% is reasonable? 2 years on a 10 seems very reasonable?
That's exactly what they said.
Thank you. The random public says if a person's doing 10 years, we should at least supervise them for 2. That's all this bill does. There's a lot of other good, really good things in this bill that both sides want. I'm saying from a functionality of parole, 85 doesn't work because it's only 1.5 years on a 10-year sentence. You get denied that 10, which we're talking about a 20-year sentence, because of good time, that 10 jams out. If a person is sentenced to 20 years, Do we want that person to jam out? That is the reality of the parole board. You apply once, you're stopped. You say, come back. If we don't give another opportunity for a year-long supervision, they are going to sit and just jam out.
1 minute.
I don't want that. Our law enforcement officers don't want that. And it sounds to me, because they support the bill, our attorney general and our governor doesn't want that. We're in alignment. The first time in a long time on criminal justice and on making sure that we're doing something to set the framework to move forward. No, I'm not coming back with a bill saying a little bit more. I said I'm not on the committee. The sentencing committee is going to be you all. Whatever changes have to happen from you all. I'm purposely not coming back on the committee because I have 1 year left. I want to make sure the relationships on the committee are from the newer people who are going to build something to do something about our overcrowding and what we're doing. So you all are going to be bringing any bills next year, not me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Bosson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a moment to talk about these, we're spending a lot of time talking about the need for supervising individuals and that this prevents recidivism and reduces recidivism by monitoring individuals because they're released. So this is from the mandatory discharge report that I referenced earlier, and it's a discussion of individualized release or reentry plans. Page 4. Reentry planning for inmates begins at the time of arrival and continues until a person discharges. Members of the Reentry Division hold orientation sessions for newly admitted inmates at the 3 NDCS, Nebraska Department of Correctional Services, intake facilities. That's Diagnostic and Evaluation Center for Adult Males, commonly referred to as D&E, Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, which is for females, Nebraska Youth Correctional Facility, which is for male individuals under the age of 19. They work with them to introduce them to the concept of reentry and get them thinking about their futures. Reentry specialists continue meeting with the individuals at set points throughout their sentences. Those being at 50% of their sentence, at 80% of their sentence, 180 days prior to their release, 120 days prior to their release, and 30 days prior to their release. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings, as well as on an as-needed basis to assist developing plans for a successful transition to the community. Then we look at the reentry discharge meeting status for people who are discharged from the facilities. How many attended the meetings? 270 out of the 307 that were mandatorily discharged. So we have 307 mandatorily discharged, 270 of them said, okay, I'll meet with you. That's 88%. 37 said, nope, not going to do it. We've provided these programs. We're providing all these opportunities. Of the 307 people who mandatorily discharged during 2021, 270 met with a reentry specialist within 120 days prior to release to develop and finalize their reentry plans. Among the 37 people who did not have meetings during this time frame, just over half were admitted and discharged on the same day or discharged within 2 weeks of admission. This amendment doesn't fix that because people will walk in eligible for discharge. In 2 cases, inmates refused reentry services. Of the remaining 8 individuals, reentry specialists met with all of them. but outside of the 120-day window. These individuals are assessed during these meetings. They use a guideline to do that, to determine what level of services are needed. And of the individuals who completed the assessment, 70 were—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. 70 were at the high-risk category of violence, property, or drugs. And for clarification, because it's been stated that these are all low-level drug offenders, they're just addicts that we aren't providing adequate treatment. This characterization in these charts of drugs includes personal use, it includes delivery of controlled substances, it includes manufacturing and distributing controlled substances. Those are all lumped in for purposes of this study. So this is not limited to, I have a drug abuse problem and I just need treatment. These are individuals who are manufacturing drugs, selling them. Kids are using them. The completed assessment included 85 individuals who fell into the high-risk category for—
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parole. We've got numbers flying at us. Do we believe the numbers? Do we not believe the numbers? I don't know. Justin Wayne is not on the parole board. There is a man out in the rotunda right now, Robert Twiss. He is on the parole board. If you want the numbers, please go to the rotunda. He will give you factual numbers. They did 20 reports today. Half of them got paroled. So it's not like they're not paroling people. Half of them got paroled today that they interviewed. Please go out and visit Mr. Twiss if you are thinking about voting for this bill. The parole board is not on the task force. Why is that? Why do we not have somebody from the parole board on the task force? I'm not giving up on these people that are jamming out. I want them to fulfill their time and I want them to come out as good citizens. What we are doing with this is giving up on the victims. The victims of these crimes that these people committed. If we vote for LB 50 and AM 1979, we are voting for the people that committed the crimes and not standing up for the victims. Now, who would you rather have in your house? Who would you rather call if in trouble? Oh, wait, some of the victims aren't around anymore. What do we do? Do we do right by the victims? Or do we do right by those that committed the crime? I'm not saying that we don't need to help these people out. We do. We need to turn their lives around. But maybe they're not ready yet. Senator Wayne said that if they jam out, they're not safe. That's scary. That's meant to scare us. That is meant to scare us to death, that they are jamming out and they are not ready. What he should be saying is, we didn't sentence them long enough. And maybe that's because that's the longest they could be sentenced. But what we need to do is do the right thing by the victims of the crimes. With that, if Senator Bosson would like the rest of my time to finish her thoughts, I'd be glad to give her my time.
Senator Bosson, you yielded 125.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Also, more statistics that I think are relevant and helpful because this is intended, or the underlining of all of this is to help reduce our prison population, and that the number of people affected by this would somehow be sufficient that we would put this argument to bed, which I disagree with. I was told that in support of this, need to reduce the habitual criminal charges, that there are 500 people in the Nebraska Department of Corrections serving sentences for habitual criminal charges. I said, no way, that's insane. I worked there for almost 10 years and I only saw 2. How is that possible? I'm in the 3rd largest county in the state. So I asked someone to run the numbers, and as of Monday, 2 days ago, the 22nd of May, 2023, it was 220 inmates. That's not even half of what was being used as a negotiating point for, we got to do this. There's too many people in for these habitual criminal charges. And it piggybacks on the comments from Senator Lowe that we're spending Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bosson and Senator Lowe. Senator Koff, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some more questions. Senator Bosson, would you mind standing up again? Can you tell me more about mandatory good time? I wasn't aware that essentially you're given a
Senator Bosson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
I wasn't aware that when you're sentenced, it's essentially cut in half automatically. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, under Nebraska law, currently, sentences are given good time unless you're given a mandatory minimum, such as a habitual criminal. Your sentence on day 1 is 1/2 of whatever the judge gave you at the time of sentencing. On a 5-year sentence, that's 2 years, 6 months.
Okay, thank you. And can we talk about the post-supervisory parole? What does that look like? So if they get probation or parole, which is it? Parole?
So there's post-supervised release.
Okay.
And that is on class 3As, 3s, and 4s. So felonies that are a class 3A, a class 3, or class 4. Those are under current law, which was LB 605. I believe that was in 2015, but don't quote me on that. We started requiring, and to Senator Wayne's point, that the intention was good, supervise these individuals after they're discharged. So we modified sentencings, and then we added this time on the end for post-supervised release, which for those that don't practice in this area, functions similarly to parole. They are supervised by different individuals, and there's differing opinions on whether that's better or worse, but that's not for today.
So if somebody they've been given probation and they're being supervised on probation, what does that look like? Are there check-ins? Do they have an ankle monitor? I mean, what are the restrictions and the expectations for that?
Okay, so on probation, you are assigned a probation officer. You do an intake. You're set to a set term. Let's say it's 12 months of probation. During that 12 months, you're given a number of conditions by the judge that you have to comply with on probation. They could be things like domestic violence classes. They could be things like you have to maintain a 40-hour-a-week job. They could be things like anger management classes, drug abuse treatment, drug testing, things of that nature. If you violate some of those terms, and they're not hard violations, I don't remember the word that they were using in our information here, but I think it was in any event. So they're not like new law violations. Let's say you forget to go in for a drug test. You can have your probation extended. In most cases, if that was necessary, before the judge would necessarily resort to putting you in jail.
Okay. And then if you commit another crime while you're on this or after this, does it have any impact?
So if you commit a crime while you're on probation, there's no triggering mechanism that it automatically means your probation is revoked. I believe Senator Duncan would agree that we don't always revoke probation for a law violation, but it does happen. So if there is a law violation, you're on probation and you do something new and your probation is revoked, then the judge can sentence you under the same penalties that were originally on the table. So if that's a domestic assault, class 1 misdemeanor, it carried up to a year of incarceration. So if you got probation and you didn't successfully complete it because you got a new law violation,
1 minute.
the judge can give you a full year on the underlying law violation, the domestic assault in the 3rd degree. But that doesn't affect the new penalty that you're getting for the new crime that you committed while on probation.
Okay, and then one last question. What are the stats about supervision actually reducing recidivism? Do they have stats saying that, yes, it actually does work?
I believe there are. I don't have them in front of me, so I don't want to rely on them, but I can look for them and get on the mic.
Okay, thank you. I yield any remaining seconds to you if you'd like them.
Oh, thank you, Mrs.
25 seconds.
I don't know where those numbers are right now, but I would imagine Senator Wayne could find them for me. I don't have them, so I'll sit down.
Thank you, Senator Kauth and Senator Boson. Senator Albright, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I rise to talk about the parole eligibility. Opposition to the parole eligibility provisions that are now included in LB 50 and AM 1979. The provision is a substantial departure from the current sentencing scheme and has the effect of significantly reducing the time before an offender is eligible for parole. Offenders already only have to serve 1/2 of their original sentence, and let me repeat that, as that is an often overlooked aspect of the criminal sentencing and one that prosecutors and victim advocates are challenged by on a daily basis as they explain their impact on any given sentence to a crime victim. Offenders already have to serve 1/2 of their original sentence. So for example, let's consider a sexual assault, class 2 felony, sentenced to 22 to 24 years. Under current law, parole eligibility would be reached at 11 years and 12 years for mandatory discharge. Under the Wayne Amendment, the offender is now eligible for parole after 9.6 years. This has the effect of making offenders parole eligible way before the mandatory discharge date and is essentially a reduction in the sentence. These provisions would reactivate and would apply to offenders currently behind bars. This would be disruptive to the victims who have settled with the expectation about the sentences and the parole eligibility. Again, there's a willingness from opponents to have this drafted to compromise so that the jam outs can be addressed, but that proposal was rejected, I understand, by Senator Wayne. I do know that they were talking about, I've been having conversations online here, that especially in Douglas County, you have to really work at being sent to prison. You're given many opportunities for diversion and problem-solving courts. I'm originally from Sarpy County. I know that they have many, many different programs that you can go through before you ever end up serving a lot of time. So there's so much focus on giving second chances to offenders. What has been lost again in all of this is the conversation of justice for the criminal victims, or for the victims of those that have harmed them. And again, I talked about all the different things that most of them don't have to serve a lot of time for, but habitual criminal enhancements are often common in jurisdictions and a part of the United States Department of Justice's federal anti-violence strategy. And we do need to keep tools in place. But again, I just can't stand in support of these amendments. If Senator Boson would like to continue, she's certainly allowed to take the rest of my time. Thank you.
Senator Boson, you're yielded 140.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still looking for the statistic for Senator Couth, so I don't have that yet. But in the interim, I will read a letter that was sent over this afternoon from the desk of Patrick F. Condon, the Lancaster County Attorney, who is the county attorney in my district. Dear Senator, on behalf of the Douglas, Sarpy, and Lancaster County Attorney's offices, we write to convey our serious concern about and opposition to LB 50 because of the serious risk of harm
1 minute.
it would pose to public safety. While some wish to diminish the role of the prosecutors in this debate, voters have elected county attorneys in all 93 counties across the state to enforce the law. And we play a unique and vital role in upholding public safety and ensuring justice for crime victims. We understand the latest amendment from Senator Wayne is being presented as a, quote, compromise. County attorneys are more than willing to support responsible criminal justice reform and have offered and agreed in good faith to concessions on both items. Unfortunately, the amendment being filed by Senator Wayne this afternoon continues to be too far-reaching and would have serious negative impacts on public safety.
Time. Thank you, Senator Albright and Senator Bosson. And Senator Bosson, you're up next in the queue. So you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the newest amendment from Senator Wayne, LB 50 would significantly weaken the habitual criminal enhancement. Even under the latest amendment from Senator Wayne, the enhancement would not apply to serious crimes including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, arson, certain assaults, pandering, certain crimes of child abuse, sex trafficking, human trafficking, child pornography, drug distribution, strangulation, assault on an officer, and other serious felonies. This habitual criminal enhancement in current law is important to hold the most serious offenders accountable. The second point under that subsection is make offenders parole eligible much sooner. LB 50 would make offenders parole eligible much sooner. Under current law, offenders are already released after serving only 1/2 of their sentence. This often overlooked aspect of criminal sentencing is one that prosecutors are challenged by daily. That's a fact. As we explain the impact of any given sentence to a crime victim, offenders already only have to serve 1/2 of their original sentence. Under the new amendment, this is important, a criminal sentenced to 30 years for a serious felony would become parole eligible in 12 years. 12 years. Someone sentenced to 50 years would be parole eligible in 20 years. LB 50 in its current form would deny justice to victims. The provisions apply retroactively and would impact victims whose perpetrators are already behind bars. County attorneys support responsible criminal justice reform and support LB 50 as introduced, as well as several other bills and provisions that have been negotiated in good faith. Unfortunately, LB 50 as amended represents a serious breach of confidence and trust, as it is a far-reaching and harmful proposal that would seriously threaten public safety. For these reasons, we ask you to oppose the amended LB 50. Please don't let law enforcement be diminished because of the insistence of a few lawmakers who are willing to put public safety at risk. Please feel free to reach out with any questions as the debate proceeds. Sincerely, Patrick F. Condon from the Lancaster County Attorney's Office, Don Klein from the Douglas County Attorney's Office, Lee Polikoff from the Sarpy County Attorney's Office. We have spent a lot of time concerning ourselves with the impact of all these laws on defendants and the need to be more supportive of them. And I don't know how many of you have asked the victims where they stand in support of that. They didn't ask to be the victims of this situation. They didn't ask to be put in this situation. We talk a lot about supporting women who are in situations that are unsafe. Support them. Give them this, give them that. And here I am asking you to give them that sense of security. And everybody says, well, this will reduce the prison population. And we got to do that because we're building a new prison. There's
1 minute.
Doing that and doing it safely are two different things. There are a lot of victims out there of crimes. I've met with a lot of them. Some of them don't even cooperate with me. Anyone who's done domestic assault knows that the only person hated more in that room, well, actually, there is no more hated person in the room usually than the prosecutor because no one likes domestic assault cases. But those cases are hard. Putting them up, taking their picture, doing depositions, pulling their kids out of school so they can testify, to watching their mom's boyfriend take a hammer and threaten it through the door because she won't give him what she wants. Stab her 17 times and drive away, leaving her for dead, and then thinking, oh, I guess I have remorse for that.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. With Senator Bosson yields to a question, and we're okay with that individual jamming out. My question is, Senator Kauf asked a question.
Senator Bosson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Kauf asked a question that I think you might have gave an incorrect answer to, so I want you to correct it for the record. Is there mandatory good time? That was her question.
Well, there is good time. There is not good time for mandatory minimums. And if I misstated that, there are 10-year mandatories. Those do not get good time. So if I said that incorrectly, yes, that's incorrect. But there is good time automatically.
Automatically given? Are you sure about that? Isn't that the discretion of the department that they can actually remove good time? So a person who gets a 20 to 20 can actually do a 20 to 20?
Good time is given automatically.
So they cannot remove good time. So you're saying a person who is sentenced to a 20 to 20, this is very important, is automatically doing a 10. They can never do a 20 to 20. Their good time can never be removed.
If they have a new law violation, that's different.
No. Thank you, colleagues. If we're going to talk on the mic, we need to talk about facts. The facts of the matter is good time is first assessed, but it can be removed at any point for any violation within the system. That's the problem. So the numbers that are being thrown out are numbers in certain factual situations to make this fear grow. The fact of the matter is, if somebody is in there and acting up and their good time is gone, they're doing the 20, which means we should supervise them before they get out for at least a couple years. If they can't even earn good time, the last thing we want, Senator Lowe, is for them just to walk out. Good time can be given and taken away. That's why it's called good time, and that's why we don't have earned good time, which is something I would love to have. But when you get into earned good time, Senator Lowe, then we get in this weird conversation about mandatory minimums. Can you earn it during mandatory minimum? Then it's not really a mandatory minimum. And guess what? We couldn't tackle that issue this year. So the numbers that are being thrown out are numbers to incite fear. But when you use the same fact pattern of 20 years, 40 years at 80 and 40 years at 85, it's 1 year. And I have yet to hear, and we're not going to hear, what a 1 year difference makes inside the system. I can tell you what a 1 year makes differently outside when you're transitioning, that when you're done, you have a stable home, that you're back on your feet, you've been drug tested for 3 or 4 years, you're monitored, you have new relationships, and you're moving into a different world. And yes, there are people who might violate, and that is the exact reason why we have to have somebody monitoring them. Because when they jam out, nobody is monitoring them. And that detection of drugs goes unnoticed until they steal something or create another crime or have another crime that hurts another victim. That's just common sense. Colleagues, I would ask you to vote AM 1979 green, and I'll save the rest for my closing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator Boston. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I say, if you are thinking about voting for this bill, please, please go out in the rotunda and talk to Bob Twiss from the Pro Board. He'll give you the actual numbers, the facts. I'm going to read something here. I'm going to read a testimony from Chief Deputy Douglas County Attorney Brenda Beadle, which she delivered to the Appropriations Committee back in 2019. While it's a bit dated, the testimony holds true. Nebraska is not over-incarcerating perpetrators of crime. Unfortunately, our state just hasn't built the prison capacity needed. And it starts, good afternoon, Chairman Stinner and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Brenda Beadle. I am Chief Deputy County Attorney for Douglas County. And I am here to offer testimony on behalf of our office and the Nebraska County Attorneys Association in support of Department of Corrections Services funding. Specifically, the governor proposed and this committee included in its primary budget funding for a new $49 million capital construction project, providing 2 new high-security housing units with design capacity of up to 384 beds at the Lincoln Correction Center. At the end of 2016, Nebraska had the 9th fewest prison beds per capita in the nation. Nebraska had 42% fewer prison beds per capita than the national average. Nebraska had 215 prison beds per 100,000 state residents. The national average is 368 beds per 100,000 residents. While Nebraska is facing what has been called a prison overcrowding crisis, it is important to understand that Nebraska does not over-incarcerate. According to the data from the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Statistics, Nebraska has the 13th lowest incarceration rate per capita in the nation and incarcerates 31% fewer residents than the national average. What they're saying is we don't have prison overcrowding, we just don't have room. We did not build our prisons to the size. We need a new prison. As you know, this body has imposed a July 1st, 2020 deadline to lower Nebraska's prison total to 140% of capacity. If the department doesn't reach that goal, an overcrowding emergency will be declared and officials will have to consider paroling all eligible inmates. As prosecutors, we are following the law that this body has created and pursuing cases that keep our communities safe. It is then the responsibility of our state to provide an adequate amount of prison space and staffing. We respectfully request this committee fully fund the capital construction request for corrections and provide the appropriate prison system capacity for our state. So we have a problem. The percentage of beds is not there compared to the rest of the states. It's not that we're stuffing our prisons. It is not that we're stuffing our prisons with people that shouldn't be there. Most of these people have committed multiple crimes before they even get to the prison. Multiple crimes. So it's not a 1 or 2.
One minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not somebody who got caught with a little weed in his pocket for the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, or the eighth time, or the 10th time. It's somebody who's been trying to get into prison for a long time. They've been trying to get there. And now we're going to let them out. We're going to let them out before they should. Let's stick up for the victims. Let's stick up for the law enforcement. Let's stick up for our county attorneys. Let's stick up for the people in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So as I listened to the conversation this afternoon, I listened to Senator Lowe. Senator Lowe seems to make some sense. And at this point in the game of the discussion, I believe I'm going to be in opposition to 1779 or 1979. But I wonder if Senator Wayne would yield a couple questions. Maybe it could help me clarify my position.
Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Wayne, so if a person is sentenced to 10 to 20, when are they eligible for parole? At half of the low number or 80%, or how does that work exactly?
So if they're sentenced to 10 to 20, they are parole eligible at 10. Now, if you want to factor in good time, you would cut that in half. If everything's right and they have good time, it'll be 5, and their maximum sentence would be 10. So you would just divide it by 2 if you're calculating good time. You can't necessarily always calculate good time because it could be taken away. So underneath my provision, they would be eligible for 2 years less than that.
So then they would be eligible at 7?
8.
At 8, 2 years less than a 10?
Yeah. The maximum sentence. So it's the max on the max side. So it's the.
Okay. So what's the difference between your proposal and what Senator Bosson is explaining with the 85%?
Well, I don't know the proposal. I just know the 85% and 80. So if you assume that the under 20 is acceptable, which I thought that was last night, we were only talking about 80 versus 85. If that's not, then you're talking about the difference of the 20 and above of a 5% difference. So on the 40-year sentence, that's 1 year difference.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So let's talk about those people that when they're eligible for parole the first time. I think you mentioned something about how often they're paroled on their first opportunity. Is it half of the time, or what did you tell us?
I said it's most likely not. People are not, in order to be eligible for parole, and you can go ask Mr. Twist out there, they're most likely denied because they didn't do programming. They have some kind of write-up, or maybe those two. There's a third one that he mentions, but I can't remember what it is because it's mainly those two. They didn't finish their programming, or they had some kind of write-up on the inside.
Write-up means they done something wrong?
Disciplinary issue.
Okay. All right. So if one decides, if an inmate decides not to take programming, does that change on their availability to be paroled, on their opportunity?
Well, according to Mr. Twist, if they're not doing their programming, they're not eligible they won't be granted parole.
Oh, at all?
According to Mr. Twist, they have to complete their programming. That's what he testified to multiple times in the hearing, and you can ask them out there, but he said they're denied if they didn't complete their programming.
So if they didn't take the program at all, say it's a 10 to 20 sentence, and they don't do program at all, they're going to do the full 20?
They will do, if they have good time, they will do 10. If they lose their good time, they would do the full 20, which is still the problem with jamming out.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's very difficult to understand exactly what we do here and how we sentence people. And being from an agricultural background and not dealing with this on a daily basis, it's kind of difficult for me to get my hands around exactly what we're trying to do. But I'll get back to this same thing I said before.
1 minute.
Thank you. I get back to this thing I said before. We spend a lot of time talking about how to get people out and make sure they have programming and make sure they can reinvent themselves in the community as they should, but we don't spend any time talking about how to keep them out of prison. And we don't look and see what are the real causes for them being there. And part of that is education. Part of that is learning to read. So I think we need to go back and look at the systemic cause of all the problems we have, and it seems to always point back to education. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Wayne. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close.
Colleagues, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is one of the most difficult areas. And it's not difficult just because of how we believe, but it's also the perception that one might have of a vote, of a position, and where we are. Nobody wants somebody to get out and harm a loved one. That's the fear of the one that I mentioned a couple months ago when talking about judiciary. The fear of the one. And we can sit here and talk about a factual scenario here and a factual scenario there. And we're throwing out the idea that if somebody gets 20, they automatically get out in 10, not understanding that if they act up in the system, that number of good time gets taken away, it changes. In fact, Senator Blood brought a bill to cap good time at one point. And everybody was opposed to that bill, if I remember right. There are things that we are trying to do. And what I thought we should focus on this year was public safety and putting a framework together to move forward. And what I mean by forward is not chipping away at the block to try to get something else. I'm saying one of our biggest expenses as a state is our criminal justice system. And we have to have a good committee, task force going forward, looking at how to fix things. But we can't fix them all at once. We have to look at efficiencies. But what was glaring to me was sentencing structure. The fact that we can't right now have a conversation that Senator Erdman and I were just having about if a person's sentenced to 20, how many years will they actually do, is a problem. Is a problem not just from a prosecution standpoint, but from a defense attorney standpoint. It's really hard to plead somebody without knowing, well, you might get 10, you might get 20, and if you do 10, you'll only do 5. If you do 5, it gets complicated. We need to figure out our sentencing structure, and that's the framework that we created in this bill. Second, we took all the consensus items from last year and left them in there. There's only 2 issues we're really talking about. What I would consider the smaller habitual, which there is evidence that sometimes it's abused, so we're trying to figure out that. And to be perfectly frank, I don't like the small habitual. I told my side of the aisle, I'm actually nervous of how it gets applied because I've seen how the gun law is applied. But that's negotiations. As far as the 80 versus 85, we are truly trying to correct an issue for the next 15 years. And you say, why next 15 years? Because if somebody is sentenced today, we're not going to see them to a 20, at best at 10 or at worst at 20. So we're not going to have a big change in that right now. I'm hoping the committee can come together with something like that. But this is a good faith effort, I think, on all sides to make sure, 1, public safety is intact, and 2, we create a framework going forward. I understand the county attorneys may not like this. And I have nothing against the county attorneys. But if I have to side with somebody, I'm siding with the boots on the ground. Let me repeat that. I'm siding with the boots on the ground. The individuals who are paroling the streets at night, who are pulling people over on dark highways, who are walking into housing units for a domestic violence call, not knowing what they're walking into. The people who have to go find that person who was shot and go tell their mother or father. The person who When they walk up to a car, they're just as nervous as many people in that car because of all of the issues going on. I'm siding with them, the front line. And the front line supports this bill. Not neutral, supports. If you would have asked me at the beginning of this, Sheriff Hansen would support this bill? No. But Senator McKinney and I sat down with him and said, you've always talked about supervision. Walk me through your vision.
1 minute.
Walk me through how this works. But we came to an understanding over like 2 or 3 hours because they're on the front line and they want to figure out how to stop jamouts. So I'd ask for your green vote on 1979, not just because it's my bill, because law enforcement, the AG, and the governor have all said this is a good bill for public safety. We support this. Let's get the ball rolling, and let's have some more conversations down the road with this committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, not voting. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, not voting. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, not voting. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, not voting. Senator Hardin, Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, not voting. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Sanders, not voting. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is Senator Slama not voting. Vote is 34 ayes, 6 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1979 is adopted. Raise the call of the House. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, amendments to be printed, Senator Brewer to LB 514 and Senator Slama to LB 514 as well. New LRs, LR 270 from Senator Frederickson, 271 from Senator Holcroft, and 272 from Senator Holcroft. Those will all three be laid over. Concerning LB 50, Mr. President, Senator Ibaugh would move to amend with AM 1980.
Senator Ibaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isn't it ironic that that's the year I graduated from high school? Telling my age. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment speaks to 4 bills that were voted out of committee 8-0. And Senator Wayne has supported this amendment. And so we're bringing this to you this afternoon. There's 4 bills attached to AM 1980. One is Senator Duncan's LB 14. Senator Walls has LB 521. Senator Brewer has LB 265 and my LB 220. I will speak to my portion of this amendment, and then I will ask each of the other senators to give a brief description of their bills as well, so that you can all have a little bit better idea of what's included in this bill, or in this amendment, excuse me. LB 220 is a very simple bill that seeks to strengthen the rights of Nebraskans who are victims of crimes. LB 220 requires the Board of Pardons to notify a victim whose name appears in the file of a convicted person via certified mail of any pardon or commutation proceedings at least 30 calendar days prior to the proceedings and within 10 days if a pardon or a commutation has been granted. This will ensure that the victims of crimes are notified in a timely manner, and there is a record that the notification was delivered or a bona fide delivery attempt was made. This speaks to a crime victim from my district that was not notified when the Board of Pardons pardoned the perpetrator against her. And so the reason for this bill is because of that situation, and I do not want other victims of crimes in the state to not be notified sufficiently before release. With that, I will yield my time, and I will ask the other senators to give a brief description of their bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ibaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief here. I want to thank Senator Wayne and I want to thank Senator Ibaugh for their leadership on this amendment. So my portion of this, which was LB 14, addresses the Bridge to Independence program. The Bridge to Independence program is a program that already exists under DHHS, and it seeks to assist foster youth in their aging out of the system and receiving assistance, essentially, when it comes to housing, finances, and sort of life learning goals. What LB 14 does is it seeks to nominally expand access to that program. So instead of just foster youth, it's also accessible to juvenile probation youth who are doing a good job on probation but are aging out of the system and have nowhere to go home to. I've worked very closely with DHHS in this. It had no opposition in the hearing. And when DHHS came and worked with me, we adjusted some of the operative dates to ensure that it worked with what was going to be available and an option for them. My understanding is juvenile probation's in favor of it. I've spoken to the Supreme Court. They're in favor of it. So this really does seem like a consensus bill. One of the things that I think is most important is it does provide direct housing assistance to about 50 youth who would otherwise be homeless. And so, colleagues, when you vote for this, please know there's about 50 kids who, but for this bill passing, literally won't have a home to go home to. So I would encourage your green vote on AM 1980. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Walsh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I would also like to thank Senator Wayne and Ibaugh for including one of my bills into LB, 1980. LB 521 simply adds the word school personnel with the current list of family member, friend, or other person who is in a position to assist a person who is apparently experiencing or likely to experience an opioid-related overdose. other than a responder or a peace officer. I recently spoke with the superintendent of Fremont Public Schools at the beginning of the year, and he let me know that because of how our current law is being interpreted, schools are not included in immunity for distribution of naloxone. So right now, schools across our state are prohibited from picking up naloxone from pharmacies to bring it back to the school. It's a small change to ensure that school personnel are prepared for a potential overdose in their schools. With that, I would again like to thank Senator Ibach for including this bill, and Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney for their hard work on LB 50. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waltz. Senator Brewer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quickly, the bill that was LB 265 simply provides stab-proof vests for correctional officers, 1,774. It also would provide the training necessary for them. This will give the same universal vest across the board. It also provide a program that would maintain the vests after they're purchased. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Duncan would yield to a question.
Senator Duncan, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Duncan, I noticed on your bill, it was 14, is that correct?
That is correct.
I noticed there was a fiscal note, and it was $1,059,000 the first year and $1,246,000 the second year. Can you explain that fiscal note, where that money's going to go?
My understanding of the fiscal note is it primarily goes to FTEs. And so there are a number of FTEs that are going to have to be hired by DHHS in order to supervise these youth. So when a youth is placed on the Bridge to Independence program, they receive a direct caseworker. There are currently already caseworkers that work for this, but there is, in speaking with DHHS, the need to hire just a handful more caseworkers who work full-time through the Bridge to Independence program to work with these youth specifically. My understanding is the fiscal note primarily goes towards the hiring and training for them. In addition to that, there's a component of the fiscal note that also went towards maybe some new software or computer systems for the foster care review board, I want to say. My understanding from speaking with folks about that is not necessary, although it might be appreciated. So not trying to throw anybody under the bus there, but I do think the fiscal note would be a little bit smaller than what is anticipated on there, but it primarily goes to FTEs.
Okay, so you say a handful of FTEs for $1,059,000. We should be able to hire more than a handful. Can you define a handful?
I don't remember off the top of my head how many it was. I want to say it was maybe 12 employees. 5.5 FTEs, I believe, is actually what it was. So we had about 5.5 full-time employees that are working there. And so my understanding is the finances are going to go towards their training as well as their continued payment working with these youth.
All right, thank you. So when these bills come up like that, stay there, I may have more questions. When these bills come up like they have, and you don't have a chance to understand or take a review of them, it's difficult to understand the fiscal notes. So Senator Duncan, please tell me, how many youth are we going to add, or how many more youth are we going to help that we need 10 or 12 or 5, whatever number of employees?
My understanding from speaking with the juvenile probation office is that they estimate 50 youth that, but for this program, would be homeless after they age out of the system. And if they have access to the Bridge to Independence program, would not be homeless. So 50 is how many they estimated.
Okay. So why would it take, even if you hire 10 new employees, FTEs, why would they only be able to supervise 10? That seems like an exorbitant amount of employees for 50 new additional people.
Well, all I know is in speaking with speaking with DHHS, my understanding is the bulk of the money is going to go towards that. There is also a certain amount of the finances that go towards a monthly stipend that are given to the caseworker that they can dole out to assist the youth in paying for items if they want. So some of the money you're also talking about is the monthly stipend that we currently give youth who are in the Bridge to Independence program, because one of the aspects of it is learning financial literacy.
So what are they currently doing now?
The Bridge to Independence program?
Yeah, what does the program do now?
Right now, when youth are in the foster program, so if they're foster youth and they hit the age of majority, rather than just turn them out into the world without any assistance of learning adulthood, given that they don't have a family they can work with, they get into the Bridge to Independence program, who works with them between, I believe, the ages of 19 and 21, providing them with supervision, life skills, and a stipend in classes. The youth have to continue to be under the supervision of the program and be compliant with a really stringent set of rules. And if they violate those rules, then they are removed from the program and no longer receive the services.
1 minute.
So currently it's working with foster youth. What this seeks to do is add in youth who are aging out of the probation system, specifically youth who are doing a good job on probation and are being successful with probation, but are unable to go back to a house or a home because they don't have a family they can go back to.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Duncan. Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duncan, I may have a question here for you. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to comment. I've been a part for a number of years of supporting an organization in Omaha that impacts human trafficking and helps to receive. This organization is in particular geared towards women, but there are other organizations that help young men also with the issue of human trafficking. And it's a well-known and well-documented truth that kids graduating out of the foster care system are ripe to be drawn into human trafficking. It's one of the largest sources that traffickers pursue, because these kids graduate and they've got no support system, they got nowhere to go, they've got no money, they may not have a job, they may have a blemish on their criminal record. So I don't know a lot about the Bridge to Independence program, but I do know that this is an extremely vulnerable time for both young men and young women to get drawn into human trafficking. And I see human trafficking as a pro-life issue. It's an important issue, how we protect our youth and how we protect our young people. And anything I can do to help prevent that, I would certainly support. So I would ask Senator Duncan a question, if he would yield.
Senator Duncan, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
So what I've just described, is that similar to the facts that you know about youth leaving the foster care system, and would the Bridge to Independence program impact that problem?
I apologize. I was talking to my LA, so I missed some of the facts, but based on your brief analysis there, I do believe, the people that are in the juvenile justice involved system are oftentimes impacted the same way that foster youth are when it comes to trauma, substance abuse, trafficking, and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern and Senator Duncan. Senator Bosson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mostly wanted to clarify, because I was asked a question earlier about individuals getting good time, and I was asked the question then cut off before I got the chance to answer, which I never think is fair. Individuals are given good time. That is in statute. I'll look it up. It is section 83-1,107, a prisoner's statutory right to good time may not be taken away from him or her without following minimum appropriate due process procedures. So the question I was asked is whether or not individuals are automatically given good time, and I answered yes, because they are. Can they have it taken away is a very separate and distinct question. And the answer to that is also yes, but that's after the minimum appropriate due process procedures. The case for that, because I think facts are important, is Wolf 2Fs v. McDonald, probably no relation to Senator, from 1974. So I asked someone, what's an example of a time when an inmate recently lost what's being called as good time? And I was told, yes, it can be taken away if you misbehave or break the law while in the system. They looked up a case most recently where an inmate at the Department of Correctional Services assaulted a guard, also a felony, assaulted a guard. And what did they lose in terms of this good time? Do we want to take a guess? 180 days. Assaulted a guard. Can't imagine why no one wants that job. They only lost 180 days of good time. And here's where it gets really dicey. 60 days of television restriction. 60 days of television restriction. Yeah. So good time. Yep, you're given that good time. Can you lose it? Sure. But the question I was asked is whether you're given it, and the answer to that is yes, you are. I'll be honest, the amendments on this did come out 8-0. I supported the amendments. I think we know where the concerns that I have lie with this package that's being handed out. So I think it's important to understand that there are a lot of good things. And so individuals that are voting in favor of this, I do not want to be the winner. This is not about who wins and who loses. And I think even Senator Wayne would agree with that. The fact of the matter is there's a lot of good in here. And there's also some things in here that I don't think anybody likes all of it. And so when deals get made. And so that's where we are with this latest amendment getting added on to the now LB 50. With that, you don't yield time, I learned from Senator Bostar. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just looking at my email and I saw an email from, I think it's Patrick Condon about the amendment that was just approved. It's interesting because we're talking about a bridge program and comments were made about sex trafficking. They're prone for it. And the amendment, according to Mr. Condon, it says significantly weaken the habitual criminal enhancement. Even under the latest amendment from Senator Wayne, the enhancement would not apply to serious crimes including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, arson, certain assaults, pandering, certain crimes of child abuse, sex trafficking, human trafficking, child pornography, drug distribution, strangulation, assault of an officer, and other serious crimes. This habitual crime enhancement in current law is important to hold the most serious offenders accountable. I stand opposed to the current amendment and LB 50. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Ibaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned in my opening, this amendment speaks to those 4 bills, and Senator Wayne has supported them, and I would just like to thank him and tell him we appreciate his support of these 4. As you've heard from each of these authors of these bills, you now know what they're about, and this amendment strengthens LB 50, and we will appreciate your green light. Thank you.
Colleagues, the question before the body is the advancement of AM 1980. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted who care to? Mr. Clerk, record.
37 ayes, 6 nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 1980 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1955.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pull that amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Holler would move to amend with AM 1986.
Senator Holleran, you're recognized to open.
I wish to withdraw that amendment, please.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk?
I have nothing further to the enrollment review amendments, Mr. President.
Colleagues, the motion is on the adoption of the enrollment and review amendments. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. They are adopted. Mr. Clerk, for another item.
Mr. President, Senator Blood would move to amend with AM 1923.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I'm going to try and be as concise as possible so we can keep moving forward. I have a handout going out. This bill was previously LB 11, and what it does is it provides clarification for household pets and domestic abuse protection orders. In Nebraska, an estimated 1.4 million people experience some sort of gender-based violence in their lifetime. While domestic violence is often perceived as physical violence towards a victim or survivor, it can also include various forms of power and control. One way that perpetrators exercises control is by threatening to harm or kill a household pet, making it increasingly difficult for someone to leave an abusive situation. It is critical that Nebraska clarifies protections for household pets in instances of domestic violence to provide assurance of safety for the pet and reduce a barrier for survivors seeking to leave an abusive situation. What this bill actually does is it explicitly includes protection for household pets on domestic abuse protection orders. It will provide a box that they can check amongst other options in the application for the court to include in the order. Some other options include prohibiting the respondent from contacting or communicating with them, ordering the respondent to stay away, things such as that. But this one would be specifically for household pets. We had a lot of stories that they came and told us in judiciary. It was voted out 8-0. We had no opposition. We did have a concern that we corrected and changed the language, which is what is in front of you, amended. Friends, this is a small bill that had our speaker's support. It was originally a speaker's priority, which of course did not exist this year. I ask that you please vote green and we can move this forward.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Blood yield to a question.
Senator Blood, will you yield to a question?
I will.
Senator Blood, I seen the fiscal note was $10,000 and I didn't have an opportunity to read through that. Do you know what that was for?
Yeah, so when they print the written forms, which they're going to have to do anyway, so whether they had to make this change or not, eventually they would print that and it would be $10,000.
Wow. Okay. So I noticed that the attorneys were against this, or there was one at least. Did you mention that in your opening? What was his objection?
I did. I said that there was some concerns. They didn't come out against it. They came out neutral. We worked with them. We changed the language and refined it better. And that's what's in front of you.
Okay. So the problem you're trying to solve is what?
The problem we are trying to solve is to make sure that we remove every hurdles possible for victims of domestic violence to make sure that they can leave safely, not only for themselves, but also with their pets.
So in other words, there's an issue with one person wants to claim the pet and another person does, and then they will decide which one gets the pet. Is that the situation?
No, you're talking about an ownership issue. This is in reference to violence. It's not about people arguing about who gets a pet and who doesn't get a pet. It's about things like we had a husband who cut off the dog's ears and mailed it to the woman and said he would kill the dog if she didn't come back. Those types of things.
So is there a penalty for that? What they do?
There is a penalty, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So if indeed they do torture the animal or hurt the animal, that has something to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about protection orders, not a divorce decree, not a property issue. We're talking about somebody utilizing a pet as a reason to keep a woman or a man from leaving an abusive relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Blood. Senator Bosson, you're recognized to speak.
You want to do it now? Thank you, Mr. President.
So I was asked earlier some information about recidivism rates, and so thankfully my LA found the information that I believe we were looking for, talking about the Department of Correctional Services quarterly population summary from January to March of 2023. This is an informative chart, so I would encourage anyone and everyone to find it and print it. It is in color though, so you have to do it at home. When you look at the recidivism data chart, which is on page 2, it characterizes that daily population by crime type. And that's a pie chart, which is quite telling. It breaks it down into 6 categories, the first being crimes against persons. So I would submit that that is homicides, sex offenses. Well, I guess it doesn't. Sex offenses is separately categorized, but it's assaults, things that are not good. That is 2,607 individuals on a daily population average. That's 46% of the prison population. Then you go down to sex crimes, which is 938 individuals on an average daily population. That's 17%. Then you go down to property crimes, which is 536 individuals with a 9%. Then you go down to the drugs category, which everyone has really been concerned about. That is 778 individuals at 14%. And again, remember, that is not just your low-level drug users. Those are your drug users, your drug manufacturers, your drug distributors, your drug dealers, those who pimp women to get them to use drugs and to sell drugs on their behalf, all in that category, right? Then you have other, which is never helpful, but other is 14% of the adult daily population on average from January to March of this year, 14%. And then your safekeepers. I don't know what that means, but it's apparently 24 people. This recidivism data includes not only those who were returned to the Nebraska Department of Correctional Services custody as the result of a supervision violation. So that means parole or probation violation. So these numbers are only those who were caught, first of all. Second of all, violated their terms of parole or probation, or on a new offense after discharge from their original sentence. Okay, so these are recidivism rates. Senator Kauth asked about that. Recidivism is calculated based on returns to the Nebraska Department of Correctional Services custody. The graph shows the percent of total releases that returned to the Nebraska Department of Correctional Services. Arrests as well as convictions for minor offenses that do not result in incarceration are not included in these counts unless they result in a parole or post-release supervision violation. So the numbers on this chart that you're seeing are ones that don't include arrests for minor offenses unless they resulted in a parole or PRS violation. So if you get a minor slap on the wrist and you're told now you got to do an extra 10 hours of community service, you're not even counted in this recidivism rate. So the numbers of recidivism rates are even higher than what this chart reflects. Okay, so looking at the most recent 3-year recidivism rates, that would take us back to fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. President. 2019. The rates for prison discharge, who were discharged from prison, recidivism rates are about 5%. The parole violations for a new felony after discharge is another 5%. The recidivism rates for those on parole with a new felony while on parole. So these are the individuals that have had the chance on parole. This 80% that's really going to fix the problem, who got a new felony while on parole. That's another 4 or 5%. Then we have those who had a technical violation on parole. That's approximately 10%. Then we have those who had a relapse. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson, and you are next in the queue, so you're recognized to speak.
Excellent. Then we have those individuals who committed another violation or, were sent back on post-release supervision. So that's that 605, LB 605 that applies only to Class 3s, Class 3As, and Class 4 felonies who were returned for a repeat offense. And then we have those that were returned while under post-release supervision. And those together, those are roughly 10%. So 29.79% of individuals had another return trip in 2019. So these are the numbers of individuals that we're giving parole and it's not working. So giving them more parole isn't going to fix that problem. You can want, there's two different things here. You can want more programming. You're not getting that required out of this bill. That's not mandatory under this bill. You can get more post-release supervision if you add more felonies to the list of those who have mandatory post-release supervision, but you're not getting that under this bill. There's no requirement for those individuals who are now parole eligible under this bill. There is no requirement for them to comply with programming. Now, they may do it. They may be told, listen, your chances of getting out are better if you do it, but that's not included language as a mandatory provision under this bill. I think it's important that everyone understands when we talk about why the county attorneys and some of the individuals that are opposed to this, where they're coming from. This isn't because we don't want to work on the problem or that we don't want to come to the table. This is because this isn't the best route to get there. And we worked on getting there and we tried to get there and we're just not in agreement as it stands right now. These individuals that we're talking about releasing are individuals who have committed violent crimes, individuals who have been sentenced have been found guilty by a jury of their peers beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest burden of proof. They go into prison and we need more programming, sure. We need mandatory programming, sure. We need supervision before we just dump these individuals back into the communities, sure. But there's a difference between incentivizing someone to participate in the programming and letting them out early. One is letting them out early, and one is saying, here's a period of time to go out into the community, having done programs, having done all these things, and we will supervise you so that you may be successful in the community. And when you're working on these cases and you're dealing with the victims who say, how long am I going to be protected? Can we just keep that person in until my kids graduate from high school so they don't have to see this again? Can we keep this person in so I can be safe just a little bit longer? And you literally have to stand up at sentencing and say, Judge, the victim would like me to ask you to take into consideration that her children graduate in 8 years. So if you could fashion a sentence of 16 years or more so that this individual can feel like her kids will graduate from high school before he's released. These things happen. These are factual cases. Individuals who are told, if you don't deal these drugs for me, you can't have more drugs, and they do it. Or if you don't sleep with this person, I won't give you your next fix. Those are crimes that we are dealing with. And without some serious reform, this is not going to make us safer. This is not going to make them better either. We have got to be able to get to a place where we can say together this is conservative, good policy changes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, This was one of my favorite bills this year because it was a small thing that we could do to help victims of domestic violence. From the very beginning, we talked about including this in LB 50 and other options that we had, but because LB 50 has become a bit contentious, it's my understanding that now, since the governor's office has not vetted my amendment, that I have been asked to pull it and that we're going to address it tomorrow. So with that, I would ask that you please pull my amendment.
So ordered. Senator Bellard for a motion.
For motion. Mr. President, I move that LB 50 be advanced. Mr. President, I move that LB 50 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
That is a debatable motion, so Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thinking I wasn't going to get to. Since I had my light turned on quite a while, my name in the queue quite a while ago. But Senator Bozen, yield to a question.
Senator Bosselman, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Bozen. I've been sitting here listening, which I hope other people on the floor have been listening to what you've been telling us and what you've been speaking about. I want to understand a little bit more about your background, if you don't mind answering the questions along those lines. Have you had any opportunities to practice law as a trial attorney or in the courts?
Yes, I have. So I have been a practicing attorney since 2009. I've worked in county attorney's offices as a prosecutor since that time.
And have you, during that time, have you worked with, obviously you prosecuted cases, but have you worked with victims, worked with those who you're speaking about now? Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So when I started with the county attorney's office, I was assigned to the juvenile docket. I handled child abuse neglect cases there, juvenile law violations, truancy cases, uncontrollable youth cases, things of that nature. I routinely worked with parents who felt like they were at their wits' end. I routinely worked with children who had been victims of child abuse, counselors, Department of Health and Human Services workers, law enforcement officers, defense attorneys, diversion officers, you name it. Then I transitioned to the domestic assault docket, which I handled misdemeanors all the way up to felonies. I handled attempted homicides on victims. I've handled strangulation. I've handled strangulation with a bungee cord. I've handled cases where victims were so under the control that they testified, they punched their own tooth out and swallowed it. I've handled all of those cases.
And have you taught some law classes? Have you taught to the university? Have you taught classes there?
Yes, I have. I taught at the University of Nebraska College of Law. I've taught trial advocacy there, which is a class designed to help students prepare for real-life courtroom experience. And I also coached the trial team there, or did coach the trial team and teach there.
Thank you, Senator Bossen. Colleagues, I think she knows what she's talking about. I think she's laid out that pretty well. And when she stands up here and says, there's issues with LB 50 that we need to be concerned about, when I hear from county attorneys saying there's issues with LB 50 that we need to be concerned about, I think we need to pay attention. If we're going to, my understanding, they're not opposed to reform. Senator Bossen is not opposed to some reforms. But we need to make sure what we do not harm others. We need to make sure we don't leave those crimes out that I spoke of before. We need to make sure we do due diligence on this, and I've heard so much from her and her experience behind that. And I respect Senator Wayne and what he's trying to do, trying to get this bill passed. But I don't think it's ready. I think we need to listen
1 minute.
And I will continue to stand opposed to LB 50. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman and Senator Bosson. Senator Bosson, you are recognized to speak.
Is this my last time? No, okay.
This is your first on this motion.
Okay. I want to be clear where we are. So I stood up here 3 days ago or 2 days ago, and I said, I asked all of you to vote in support of the bill on general so that we could work out the language. And it's my understanding and my belief that I came to the table and that Senator Wayne came to the table trying to get there. I proposed 85%. Perhaps I should have started at 90. Maybe we would have ended up at 85%. I don't know, lesson learned. And now we're at 80%. And again, I hate that this is being characterized as this is just 5%. Can't you just wiggle? What if we did 82%? It's not just the 5%. We've got to have principles and we've got to have policies that we can stand behind that make sense. And there's more questions than there are answers with what this does. If we don't have some way of saying these individuals are going to do the programming before they're even eligible for the parole, we don't require that. If there isn't someone that's going to come in and say, this is what's going to be required before it's even a discussion, we don't have that. We are voting today to increase parole eligibility. And over, people have said, isn't that the same as letting them out? What is the difference? Having a good, solid policy that I'm happy to continue working on if we could, of what's going to be required of individuals before we release them on parole, what's going to be required of the parole board before we release them on parole. Where we started with this was we were mad at the parole board for not doing the things that we wanted them to do. We suddenly forgot about that because now we've got the 80%. We were all worried about the prison and how there isn't enough room to do any of the programming. No one can do the programming because there's no room in the prison. The prison's overcrowded. This doesn't fix that. We're still going to be offering no programming because the prisons are still too full. I get it. We were there on LB 50 and then we added things to it and that changed. And we negotiated in good faith. I understand where Senator Wayne is coming from. I respect that the governor supports this. I respect that the Attorney General is not opposing this. I certainly respect law enforcement. But I also respect the county attorneys. These individuals need supportive services, and the victims in these cases deserve our support in requiring those things. That is not a huge ask, and it should not be a huge ask. We're talking about people who have committed a crime and been found guilty of a crime. And we're talking about how and why and under what circumstances we're going to release them earlier than what the judge said.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the judge in these cases gave a sentence and did that knowing what the good time expectations would be. Sure, somebody commits another violation, they may lose some of it. Fact of the matter is they base those calculations based on good time. And now what we're saying is that calculation is going to take into consideration a new factor that the judges didn't know about. An additional 80%, 20% being a time that they're parole eligible. I'm sorry that we added good bills to this.
Time. Thank you, Senator Bosson. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, a reminder. On behalf of the Douglas, Sarpy, and Lancaster County Attorney's Office, we write to convey our serious concern about the opposition of LB 50 because of the serious risk of harm it would pose to public safety. While some wish to diminish the role of prosecutors in this debate, voters have elected county attorneys in all 93 counties across the state to enforce the law. And we play a unique and vital role in upholding public safety and ensuring justice for crime victims. We understand the latest amendment from Senator Wayne is being presented as a compromise. County attorneys are more than willing to support reasonable criminal justice reform and have offered and agreed in good faith to concessions on both items. Unfortunately, the amendment being filed by Senator Wayne this afternoon continues to be too far-reaching and would have serious negative impacts on public safety. Under the newest amendment from Senator Wayne, LB 50 would significantly weaken the habitual criminal enhancement. Even under the latest amendment from Senator Wayne, the enhancement would not apply to serious crimes, including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, arson, certain assaults, pandering, certain crimes of child abuse, sex trafficking, human trafficking, child pornography, drug distribution, strangulation, assault of an officer, and other serious penalties. This habitual criminal enhancement in current law is important to hold the most serious offenders accountable. Make offenders parole eligible much sooner. Under current law, offenders are already released after serving only half of their sentences. This often is overlooked, and the aspect of criminal sentencing is one that prosecutors are challenged by daily as we explain the impact of any given sentence to crime. Offenders already only have to serve one half of their original sentence. Under the new amendment, criminals sentenced to 30 years for serious felony would become parole eligible in 12 years. Someone sentenced to 50 years would be parole eligible in 20. I don't know if I want somebody who committed that serious a crime who was sentenced to 50 years to be out that soon. LB 50 in its current form would deny justice to victims. The provisions apply retroactively and would not impact victims whose perpetrators are currently behind bars. County attorneys support responsible criminal justice reform and support LB 50 as introduced. This bill is not as it was introduced, as well as several other bills and provisions that have been negotiated in good faith. Unfortunately, LB 50, as amended by 1796, represents a serious breach of confidence and trust, as it is far-reaching and harmful proposal that would seriously threaten public safety. For these reasons, we ask you now to oppose LB 50. That's a strong statement from the three county attorneys. A very strong statement. From Lancaster County Attorney, from Douglas County Attorney, and from Sarpy County Attorney. I do believe we ought to listen to the county attorneys. Thank you, Mr. President. I do believe we ought to listen to the county attorneys and not support LB 50 at this time. I believe they need to renegotiate and talk about this and bring it up again next year when it can be well looked at and not given a 3-hour time period. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to invoke cloture on LB 50 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Wayne, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House, roll call vote, invoke cloture.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record.
35A, 6 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All members are present. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, not voting. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, not voting. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, not voting. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, not voting. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, not voting. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 35 ayes, 9 nays, Mr. President, to invoke cloture.
Closure has been invoked. The question before the body is the advancement of LB 50. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 ayes, 7 nays to advance the bill.
LB 50 is advanced. The call is raised. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 562A, 705A as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, amendments to be printed from Senator Hunt to LBs 367, 380, 393, 405, and 443. New LR, Senator Hansen, LR 273. That'll be laid over. And a report from the Nebraska Retirement Systems Committee on the appointment of Jason Hayes as Director of the Nebraska Public Employees Retirement Systems. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Speaker Arch for announcement.
Colleagues, the legislature will now stand at ease until 6 p.m. Thank you.